You have it on now? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Test, test. Can you hear me okay? Does that work okay? Joe Brigson, our Deputy Finance Director. I will be presenting on the parking budget today. We won't be.
Right? I'll only talk if there's a question that you can answer. So, Joe, both of us are, but I just. So if director, yeah, yep.
Get this thing out of the way.
We did get Cameron's out.
Test, test. Can you hear me?
All right, thanks. We'll get it on the next meeting with the resignation.
8:30.
I will be presenting the parking fund this morning. And Debbie, when I go, I'll speak louder than I am currently.
We got through worse, right?
Okay. We'll begin.
We can wait a few more minutes. He's around the corner. And then we'll get started. If anybody in this area would like refreshments, courtesy of a local bakery. I did not bake any of them, so.
But we got to deal with Veterans Tower.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started with our council budget discussion this morning on the budget for next year. And I'll turn it over to the manager to introduce our first topic.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, council, for setting aside this time. We do have a full day of budgetary discussions. Similar to in years past, we have broken these topics down by funds and topical areas as well. So thank you for that. I want to start by thanking the staff, as the preparation every year for our budget is about a 5-month process. It starts with our departments updating their personnel plans. This is something that was introduced just a few years back that has been very helpful in that every year we know what potential changes in operations and personnel that the departments are looking at. So we always ask if that gets updated ahead of any budget discussions. And then we have our budget analysts that I want to thank for the time and commitment they've put into this and the analysis in helping us get to resolutions. Because they look over those personnel plans, they talk with the departments about operational changes, focused on what service levels the departments are providing to our residents and businesses. So with that process, we then have requests come out of the departments, and then we work through those. Again, as a group, we have a budget committee, including our assistant city managers, that dive into those requests. And it all accumulates to the recommended budget. That's the city manager recommended budget you have before you. Those documents are available to the public as well. I want to take a step back and remind you that we had public input throughout. Every year we go out and listening posts. We ask our residents about service levels. At that point in time, in December and sometimes a little before that, we don't have all the details that are before you now, but it's a good conversation and opportunity for us to hear from our residents about service levels generally. So again, today we've got these broken down, and I think really with that, I'll go ahead and throw it over to Nick and Joe.
Thank you, Scott. As Scott said, this is a long process to get to where we are today. Again, there is a lot of work from my staff. So thank you guys for taking the time today on this full day that we'll have. And we'll kind of break it out, kind of talking on very specific areas. As we have questions, we'll have other directors in the crowd to be able to come up and speak to some of the questions if we're unable to speak beyond the numbers. As we go through this, so you don't hear my voice the whole time, it will alternate on a couple different topics between me and Joe. Yeah, exactly, right? But as we kind of go through this, feel free to ask questions. We've got a question slide behind each of the topic areas, so you'll know when we're transitioning to a different topic. But as they come up, just feel free to let us know. So the first topic that we have today is our housing services. So this is our housing authority, and that's where we kind of talk about our Section 8 and our public housing programs. Our Section 8 is our voucher program, and we have just under the 3,000 individuals and families per month receiving assistance. And then with our public housing program, we have over 400 units and 34 scattered sites. We are currently working towards working with those individuals on disposition from those scattered sites, and also working on the Royal Manor site as well. And then as we go through this, there's a couple different topics that we'll kind of look at. When we look at the 25 recommended budget, you can see the largest component of expenses are in that housing assistant payment, which are those Section 8 payments that we have. Kind of takes up 70% of their costs. As we go on the central office, that is something that kind of applies to all of the processing that they do. So then that gets broken out between our public housing and Section 8 when we actually look at the program specifically.
You know, we usually talk about this time of year. Has it gotten better, worse?
Yeah.
Mayor, members of the City Council, Chris Johansson, Neighborhood Services Director. Waiting list we opened in November of last year, had about 4,000 apply. Right now we have 3,500 on it, and it's closed. We only opened it for 2 days. 2 days and we got 4,000. Those are all new people? Yep.
And they're all Isla residents or no?
Yeah. Yep.
And all meet the eligibility.
They haven't gone through screening yet.
They haven't gone through screening, so
Right.
we don't know if they meet
Right.
eligibility
Right.
or not. But they're 3,500 on
Yep.
that wait list.
Yep.
And that's a random process that you accumulate, and then you choose a random.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
And you administer it for all of
Polk County.
Polk County.
Yep.
So they can take, and some people can take their vouchers once they move even out of Polk County, right?
Yeah, once they're issued a voucher, they do
It
have to
follows.
live in Polk County for 12 months.
Okay.
Then after 12 months, they can port anywhere across the country, which is a federal program rule.
but they're all, the 4,000 people were originally from Polk County?
Yeah.
I mean, the average stay in it once they find housing, because that's a challenge for the folks who get a voucher. I mean, the statistic's still the same. It's 7 years is the average.
Average 10,
length of stay.
yeah, it's pretty roughly that.
So
Because
so
you
they're
still
not-
have to find somebody that will accept the voucher, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where the legislature preempted our legal
Right.
source of income.
Okay.
It says the average is 538, and that comes out of our budget. That's, what we get.
Yes,
Yeah.
comes out of the 70%.
It comes out of the 70.
Yeah.
That's where those expenditures come. That makes up 70% of their budget.
But understand, the revenue source for that is federal money.
Federal money.
That was my question.
It's a
Yeah.
pass through our budget.
Okay, so it was a
passes through.
pass-through.
Yep.
So
So obviously, we're not getting enough federal money to support, they don't have enough federal money to support, and that's probably throughout the country, I assume.
Yep, exactly right.
And what is the prerequisite to qualify? Do you remember what that?
I don't have the income level off
If you want to
the top of
send
my
that,
head.
just
I
a
will.
reminder.
I will.
Like, it's good to have.
We do have screening eligibility as far criminal background check, so forth.
Okay.
And is the funding from the feds gone up over the last 3 years, gone down?
It's pretty consistent. For us, it's been a little bit up and down, but we do anticipate to receive more because we're utilizing all of our funding at this point. So usually when you're in that position, they do. If there's any incremental funding available, we will receive that.
Okay, that's good.
Chris, do you keep track at all, given that they apply at a point in time and 8 months later they may be in a different situation? How many people decline before you get to and maybe they have to decline because it's not the right size or the right part of the town, or?
I think the best I could do is 82% of the vouchers that we issue end up leasing up. So we lose 18% through that process. And that could be can't find a unit. There's a lot of reasons around that. Can't find a unit, or they're looking for, they want to live downtown and they can't find a unit downtown. They're looking.
Do you get the vouchers back for those?
Yes, yes. They're given 120 days to find a unit. There is opportunity for 2 30-day extensions. But that's the best I have, is that 82% that we issue end up finding a place.
I'd be interested in the one step upstream.
Yeah.
How like, when you randomize the poll, how many decline or don't qualify, or?
I think I could get that.
Yeah.
I do think I could get that. Okay.
And as we look at the two different public housing and Section 8 and how we look at our revenues and expenditures by each one of those programs as we allocate out the central office, currently for the 2025 budget, we don't actually see a shortfall in this particular year. We're able to kind of match up our revenues to expenses.
You want to take a second on if I could, on the shortfall. You may recall, some of you, that many years ago there would be shortfalls, and we're going to get into the federal funds. We're in the process right now of renewing the agreements we have with our suburbs across Polk County that would share in any shortfall that the voucher system, the Section 8 system, if it were to have a shortfall in the future. So I just want to remind you that those agreements are in place as well.
Yeah, we had those a couple years that lasted for, I think it was 3 years, that, and it was kind of based off of a calculation on population as well as number of vouchers that they had over 2 different points of time over the fiscal year. And so it was kind of being able to, on the Section 8 side, the public housing side is on our books, so we would cover that. But it was the Section 8 side on those shortfalls that we would do. In that agreement, I think we had it for 3 to 4 years, and I think we had one shortfall that had to be covered from them. So, or a share in that shortfall because we're a part of that calculation too. So.
I do have a couple of questions. About 10 years ago, when we sold off a lot of public housing, we had like $10 million, and we were using that money to pay for some of our shortfalls, I think. Is that money all gone now?
We do still have some. The problem with that, with the selling those units, those should be used towards capital costs, not for operation, because of the number of units that we have. Once we get under a 250 units, those become available to be able to cover some of those shortfalls, which currently right now we're over 400.
And in our public housing, have we increased rents? How much have the rents gone up? I mean, I hear from other people that live in HUD housing or Anawim or some of these others that their rents have gone up substantially.
Yeah, our rents are all based off the income, off the client's income. Mm-hmm. So it's not based on fair market rent or anything. Well, if they this does happen, where we have clients that are make so much money that there's no subsidy involved. We do charge fair market rent.
Yeah.
That's based off a HUD survey, but it's maybe 3 or 4 clients and all across our whole portfolio. But the majority is all based on income. So we have some people that will pay minimum of $50. Then we could have some that pay a couple $100 because they make more income. But the rise in the market doesn't really affect our clients the same way as it would kind of some of the other
But I
market
hear
rate.
from other affordable housing people that even their rents are going up.
So for example, like Section 8, it's all based on a market survey of all the rents in the zip code. So over the last couple years, you recall we'd have some governing board items where we'd make changes to the payment standards. That is in response to the increase in the rents. And so that allows us to pay more per voucher to house the people. Because one thing we were seeing was that when we'd issue the voucher, they'd go out and try to find a unit. And it wasn't that they couldn't find a unit, but they couldn't afford the unit, or the landlord wouldn't bring the rent down low enough to meet what we would be willing to pay. So the market does play into it, especially more on the Section 8 side. On the public housing side, it's a little bit different just because the way we pay rent is based off an individual's income.
And do we still have an RFP out for Royal View Manor?
We're currently reviewing the proposals that we did receive for that. That should be coming in the next 30 days, hopefully.
Okay.
Through that process with Royal View Manor, we'll share with you all the details that remain with fund balance and what our intent is then with the Royal View Manor and the entire system.
And as we look into the proration of HUD, so basically there is a percentage that they cover for costs. And with that, it hasn't been at 100%, but you can see how it's varied over time. The fiscal year 25 is an estimate as of right now, based off of the knowledge that we have. So some recent program changes, as you can see from the FTE count, it did have a decrease in the FTE count, but not of number of people. There was one position that went from a full-time to a part-time. So with that, we still have that staff. It just was a transition from a full-time to a part-time. And we have the online program applications, and obviously there's an increased use of contract that we've had over the years, just trying to work through all the work that the the public housing and Section 8 have to do.
But this shows one less.
Yeah, that was a transition from a full-time to a part-time. So these are FTEs, so full-time equivalents, and so that individual went into a part-time. So that's the reason for the decrease, but we still have the same number of staff.
Why does it decrease a full one if that person is transitioning from full-time employment to half-time employment? Wouldn't that be a half?
Part-time work is not in our calculations for FTEs.
We don't
count them towards the F in any of the FTE counts. Yep.
Okay. I thought the equivalent would add half part-time.
Reminder to turn on your mics, please.
I guess I was under the impression that when you said full-time equivalent, you were counting half-times as 2 half-times equals a full-time equivalent.
I think that's only in the case of like a permanent part-time, whereas this just went to part-time.
As needed.
As needed. So it's one of those cases where it's kind of defined from an HR standpoint as to where they qualify.
But they're
either
not
a full-time
consistent.
or a
They come in when they needed.
Right, okay. So it's not really, like, we have that person's knowledge, but that person might be working 5 hours a week or 5 hours a month, and not any, like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be working remotely.
Could be working.
Part-time.
As we look into the challenges and opportunities, obviously the future funding is unknown with the housing services that we have. The rental assistant demonstration program, the Royal View Manor, so that process, as we have those responses to that process, the RFP process, those will transition from a public housing unit into those individuals being able to be into a voucher program. As well as we have the disposition and Section 2032 program of the scattered sites. So as we go through those, we'll have the opportunity to have some more vouchers through that. We also have the emergency housing voucher programs that happen based off of the ability for funding for spikes in different voucher abilities during those different programs. And as Scott alluded to earlier, we're going to look to renew those 2080 agreements with suburbs for the possible Section 8 shortfalls we might see in the future, depending on what those prorations look like.
Is that annually we have to renew that agreement, or is that a 5-year agreement, or?
It just depends. Yeah, it depends on how we write it up. Last time it was I think it was like a 3 or 4 year. So we might try to
do a 5-year?
Yeah. And we might kind of work with them depending on if we want to have it to where it automatically renews, where you have to give notice type of thing. So we've got a couple different ideas. It just depends on how that discussion goes with the different communities.
What communities participate in that? All of them?
I want to say
It was real close
It
to
was
all of them.
really
I think there
close
might
to
have been
all.
one smaller community that didn't.
Yeah.
But it wasn't of any size with vouchers.
Okay,
But all the major partners were in.
okay.
And just so people at home understand, we administer this program, so it's not like we're giving tax dollars to the suburbs. These are federal dollars, and we just administer it and put it out to every place in Polk County.
correct. And that's kind of why with the Section 8 portion, we tried to do those E agreements, because if there is a shortfall, in the past, prior to getting those agreements in place, it was something that Des Moines was covering those shortfalls, even though the vouchers were going throughout all of Polk County.
But we don't do that anymore.
With the 2080 agreements, that's correct. Yep. On the public housing side, that's ours.
That's
We would
different.
cover that.
Yeah.
Yep. We kind of went with the kind of smaller, quicker topic first to get through. Any other questions you guys have on housing services? Okay. We'll move into parking enterprise. So as we go into the parking enterprise system, we've got 7 parking garages. You can kind of see those photos and locations and the year that they were completed on this slide. As we go into the inventory itself, this kind of goes through what we had for the insured value for each one of those locations and how many number of spaces that we have. So from those garages, we have just over 5,400 spaces between all of those garages, and then we also have just under 3,500 parking spots. And with those parking spots, we have 411 of those kiosks or pay stations.
That doesn't include, we're not including the new, the parking garage with 1,200 Locust yet, right?
Correct, because we don't own that yet. We will close on 1,200 Mulberry December of this year.
Okay.
Yep. Looking at the average garage occupancy, this is one where we annualized these for an average. As you can kind of see, the blue line is our non-park and ride, and then the green line is our Center Street or park and ride garage. You can see in FY21 was affected by COVID, and we've been kind of trying to come back from that scenario with percentages.
And where do the park and ride funds go?
It's its own special sub-fund in the parking system. And so we have we have multiple funds within the parking enterprise where we have kind of the operations of parking, we have the CIP of parking, and then the park and ride has its own operations and their own CIP. So we keep
the
it nice
reason-
and separate.
And where do those funds, who gets those funds?
Those are our funds to administer. Those we do have requirements on that from a federal side that if we have funds over $2.5 million, then we would have to work on disseminating those funds for transit purposes. And so those are ones where we've been contributing to DART additional funds.
That's what I was getting at.
Yep.
And how much did we give out of our park and ride funds last year?
This current fiscal year that we're in,
Yes.
it was just under 1.5, about 1.4 out of the park and ride system.
And just for note, the park and ride is broken out because federal monies helped build it,
Yes.
and that requires that we keep it separate from the finances of the other garages.
So we gave 1.5 current year.
In this current fiscal year,
And then
yes.
last.
And then in the prior years, it was about 800,000 in the year before, and then the year before that was just over 300,000 because it was kind of a phased-in approach on that, where we had the 3 years of calculation there. So it went from like 320 to like 780, and then this current fiscal year is 1.48, I want to say.
Right.
Can I ask how the occupancy is calculated? Because when it says 40%, I mean, does that mean a stall is filled at one point during the day and you count that as a full stall, or?
So we basically have monthly averages based off of the inns that we have. So each one of the ramps has a number of spaces, and so based off of the ins and outs that come into the system is how we determine on a monthly basis what that occupancy rate is. And then these were annualized for each one of those months.
Right, so the occupancy actually probably significantly overstates the occupancy then, right? Because, so for example, when I park for my job in the 4th and East Grand parking lot, there's some days where I'm in there 4 hours a day, some days I'm in there 8 hours a day, but I'm counted as a full stall
For your hours.
essentially the whole day.
We'll have to check on that. I don't know if they go down to the hour, but I'd have to double check on that.
I mean, we could theoretically go down by the hour, right?
Yeah, it's based up that way.
But my guess is the 40% is closer to the amount of overall occupancy, because most of those stalls, like when I work, if I leave work at 5:30 or 6, the parking garage is mostly empty, and it's going to be mostly empty until the next morning. So that's 12 hours that it is mostly empty, but all the people who were there. I'm just saying there's maybe more if we had an hourly breakdown.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll double check to see how their occupancy is determined.
I would be interested in just more data on this in general, if you could share both almost like an hourly breakdown or daily breakdown, hourly breakdown, and then by parking garage.
Yeah, we have the occupancy by garage, which is going to be the next slide that talks about that. This was the summation of all of them into getting this average. This next slide, as we look at this breaks it out by ramp. So we have this information by ramp on a monthly average, and then we're able to kind of take that information and add that together to figure out what the summation of the whole system.
Can I,
It's almost like how DART came up with 40% reduction cost, where you can't, if you go by the hour, really, it's only like 22% reduction cost. So if you want to go by the hour with this, you'll probably get the same thing.
on garages like this,
It's actually not.
what is the considered good average on a parking garage? Because it's 17%, the worst one is Center Street. That park and ride, that obviously isn't functioning the way initially intended to be, or you'd be a lot higher. Because you have Wells Fargo right by it, you have all the things, it's just that block
Hotel.
away. You have a hotel, so I'm just, what would be, do we even have any idea what people consider good?
Not that.
Well, I think there's a couple questions within that. Is it paying for itself?
Right.
And we are close to that point. There are some TIF funds that have to be inserted into parking in bad years. So obviously in the COVID days, we had to continue. But we were at a point pre-COVID where we were weaning ourselves off the need of any TIF, such that the revenues were paying for themselves. So although we would prefer to see a much higher percentage occupancy, we start with the basis of whether or not there's enough revenue.
That's in
And
the next slide.
right, and we were getting close.
Yeah, I was going to say, I went back.
We'll go back to the next
I went
slide.
back to this slide. When we were at that 60-ish%, it was where we were able to see the forecast of it not needing the TIF infusion into the parking fund. Once COVID happened with fiscal year 21, we did have an allocation of ARPA into the parking system because of that drastic decrease of 3.5 million that went into the parking system.
And it's probably worth noting that several years back, we made the decision to keep the parking garage rates lower to encourage more parkers to go ahead and utilize those, and slightly raise the street parking, on-street parking, so that there was, again, a higher incentive with a lower cost to park in the garages, especially if it was more than an hour.
And create more turnover on the street.
Exactly.
Exactly. So that tends to be the focus as well, is trying to keep that transitional traffic move to the garages where we can, so that those parking spaces can be utilized better.
So when you're looking at the garages, the estimated year replacement, those will all be considerations going forward.
Yes. So we do have a CIP that we go through with maintenance, and for that, in those instances, we believe that these estimated years of replacement is to maintain up to that date, that
Right.
year. Yep. And like Scott said, we always, when we get our information, we always have the park and ride system separate in any of our reports, just for the simple fact that it does have that federal tie to that.
Can you, I hate to be picky, but on the screen before this, it looks like our parking, like the occupancy went up. But on this, see that? From 37 to 40 for the first 2 quarters, but on the next one, none of them go up. I'm just wondering.
So the Third and Court actually did.
1%.
And I think it's based off of the number of spaces itself. So it's kind of weighted in that regard.
Fifth
Fifth
and
and
Walnut.
Walnut, but the other ones went
ninth.
down,
Went up.
2%.
But they're,
Fourth and Grand went down.
It just
2%.
might be something to check if we're getting that info from vendors and.
Yeah, we get that information from ABM, from our contract with them. They give us the information. As we look at what makes up the parking revenue, the garage rates that we have are $1 an hour, $10 maximum. The meters are from 9 to 9, Monday through Saturday. The rates on the street and parking ramps are set to encourage the long-term parking in the ramps, and trying to keep that the street parking as a kind of a quick transit use. The daily rates on street average from are the quarter an hour to $1.25 an hour, and then the prime areas go to $1.75 after 5. Obviously, COVID impacted these, but event parking contributes to the recovery, especially in the garages. So when we look at the monthly average, that you can definitely see park and ride spikes with the tournaments and fair. Both of those spike in that area.
And Nick, do we offer monthly rates?
We do on the parking, yeah, in the parking garages.
Parking ramps?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And that differs from each ramp.
Okay.
I believe all of the ramps are, I want to say 120 for a monthly rate, and then the park and ride is 60, 63, 65.
Okay.
To try and encourage the parking there.
And when businesses have left Des Moines, we've lost some of those monthly contracts?
If they're in contracts, then they're locked in. But then when those end, then that's when we have the conversations of how many is needed and what the technology allows for to try and utilize them in a more better way.
Recognizing that there's considerable private parking as
Yes.
well, both
Correct.
owner occupied and for rent as
For
well.
renter, yeah, exactly.
I mean, my understanding is our monthly rate is higher than the private sector. So if folks are looking for a monthly rate, more likely than not, unless our lot is more convenient or unless we're negotiating something, we're I think, a fair amount higher.
As we look at the on-street parking hour zones, we can print off this if you would like, but this has the different areas where it talks about the green areas are the kind of the free parking. The yellow is the city employee, which those are on the bridge. There's the light blue, that's the 4-hour meters, and the 12-hour meters are the pink and the kind of that orange color as well. As we look at our parking garages and on-street revenue, this kind of shows a breakout of a couple years of actuals between the garages in total and the on-street parking. The line part of the graph shows the percentage of on-street revenue as a total. So you can kind of see that in 2021 with COVID, it was a very low percentage. But as we have moved past that, you can see that that's been a driving force of the parking revenue. That makes up over 40% of our proposed budget. When we look at it as a percentage of garages versus on-street, this is the breakout. As you can see, that on-street parking is about 40% of the revenue, and then each one of the ramps kind of show what that breakout is.
And what was the initial investment in the new parking?
The Fifth and Walnut.
Just the on-street, the parking meters. I can't remember.
It was about 3 to 4 million, I think.
Yeah, okay.
But,
It was the initial investment.
Yeah.
Yes.
but overall, the on-street parking is bringing in less revenue than the old meter revenue. Is that?
That I'd have to look into to determine, but I know we do have some additional fees with the new system.
Yeah, I believe I did see a report that the revenue was slightly lower, which indicates that people are paying for more closely what they use, whereas the old system, there was more of overpayment.
Okay.
Yeah, when you look at the pre-COVID versus where we are today, I believe that is where we aren't seeing the exact same numbers that we had before.
And does it take fewer employees to operate the new system?
Yeah, from a standpoint of having to go around and pull all of the coin from each one of those meters, yes. And from that maintenance from each one of those
Maintenance would be a
on
huge
each one of those
aspect.
meters. It
But
is,
enforcement's the same? We still have the same amount, even though you can see it all on an iPad now?
it would be you wouldn't see a significant change on the enforcement. It's better information and able to kind of view that, but you're still having to check each meter. You don't actually have to look at the meter itself. You can look at the iPad. So yeah, you're getting a little bit better on that. Where you save on the new system versus the old system is that maintenance and upkeep, and having to actually physically collect on over 3,000 meters versus only having to go to 400 of the kiosks. Mm-hmm. And we have the breakout of on a later slide on what percentages you see being paid by the app versus at the kiosk, and whether it's credit card versus coin.
Do the 400 kiosks require more time to maintain than the individual meters to maintain? Have you charted
It's
that
my
out?
understanding that it would be that it's less, but I'd have to confirm.
I'd be interested in hearing how this.
No, it's got to be less.
Mayor, members of City Council, Steve Neighbor, City Engineer. Yeah, they were seeing less because they're, again, we had 3,000 units out there. So instead of staff having to spend time, fixing individual meters, there's just less stations to maintain. So, yep.
As we go into the expenditure side of the parking fund, you can kind of see it broken out between the direct operating expenses, other expenses, and transfer to CIP, as well as debt. The debt in the parking fund itself is actually the parking ramp right behind me, the second and Grand location, the LPA that we have on that. The Fifth and Walnut one was purchased through TIF back bonds. And so that's actually being paid through the TIF fund, whereas this is, that one is the one that is paying for the debt. The rest of them we don't have debt on. As we look at Park and Ride, it on its own, this shows the total revenue that we receive from Park and Ride and the expenditures over a couple years of actuals, and then our current year and the recommended. As you can kind of see, the total revenue is the left bar, the blue bar, and then we have the contract maintenance management is the gray. The yellow is what we've paid to DART for the link, as well as the additional contributions to DART through that system. So that's why you kind of see the shortfall in the 2023 and the 2024. And then there is another smaller deficit when we don't have that programmed in the 25.
Go ahead, John.
What explains the revenue decline? I mean, there's almost a third, not quite a third, but quarter revenue decline between 23 and 24.
The amount of the biggest revenue we have there is from the principal calculation, and theirs is on a variable rate based off of estimates of the costs that we have compared to 2019, 2020 versus today's cost of maintenance and different things like that. So they have the calculation that's based off of a partial fixed portion of it, which is $60, and then there's a variable $40 that kind of gets adjusted. And so based off of our calculations, we tend to do a little bit on the conservative side, but that's based off of what we see for our expenses to maintain that. So we believe, based off of what we're seeing for the contracted maintenance piece of it, what we think that variable rate of that revenue would be.
So is that would be reflected in the expenses though, and that looks constant, right? Or am I missing something? Like
No,
the variable rate would be that gray bar on the other side,
Yes.
which looks roughly the same. In fact, looks almost the size of the actual drop between revenue in 23 and 24.
Yes, but on a like I said, we usually take a conservative stance on our revenue side, and so sometimes in that regard, we'll see that based off of our worst case scenario or conservative standpoint, we will project that revenue where it might, the worst that we might see it.
So this might be a good opportunity. We can come back with what the calculation was for the principal revenue that they have to pay us.
And there's a
We can
we're
bring
in,
that back.
Yeah, we're right, and we're in discussion with them as well right now. They are looking at the agreement that we have, and there's a question as to how it's being handled, so that's reflected in this as well.
Scott, remind me, did we use some of the park and ride dollars for the D line also, or was that? Did we just give it all to DART and then they used however they wanted it? But I thought in years past we helped fund that D line.
Yeah, and we used to also fund the
link.
That's part of the yellow, but we also, when they weren't at the full 95 cents, we would also contribute additional funds to try and lower that 95 cents out of here as well.
Yeah, I knew that. Okay.
And we've had some of the times where we've had more than $2.5 million at the end of the year, where we've designated it to go towards bus stations or part of the matching funds on the electric buses and different things like that.
Yeah, that was
But none of this covers bus benches? Who pays for the bus benches?
not anymore.
No.
Not anymore, that's.
Say what?
I don't think it does anymore. I think originally we.
So basically, whenever we had the funds over $2.5 million, it was the council directed those funds to DART and kind of basically laid out what we wanted those funds to be paid for. And so we have not been over that 2.5 million. I think the last time we had that a payment was actually fiscal year 2021. That's why you see that yellow bar being a little bit bigger, because that was the last time we actually had over 2.5 million of funds.
Okay.
And so that was the last time we designated any funds towards additional transit costs to DART. I can't remember off the top of my head what we contributed for, but I think I know in the past when we've made that contribution, we've done different things of either bus station, bus stop, shelters. Thank you, bus shelters, as well as like I said, contributions of the matching of the federal grants on electric buses, as well as a couple years of the DART D-line, as well as I think we've contributed out of those excess funds towards those specifically.
Okay. Thank you.
As we look at the capital improvement program between parking and park and ride, you can kind of see how we have, over the course of that 5-year plan, some carryover funds that we have in 2024, and then our annual allocation towards maintenance and repairs. That's all we have currently in the CIP plan, is kind of normal wear and tear repair that we have. The parking initiatives that we have, obviously the on-street parking, That system was overhauled, started back in December of 2021, completed in April of 2023. The mobile app is active and in use, and added 200 additional spaces on Ingersoll. The facility conditions report is kind of how we figure out to upgrade that software for the garages to get that information out of the system. As we look at the on-street parkers and how the pays happen between the mobile app versus the kiosks, you can kind of see some month examples of the number of transactions on the kiosks and how many are on the mobile app. If we look at the percentage in totals, you can see that about 70% of the payments are going through the app, and then 22% are going through the credit card at the kiosk, and only 8% is coming through coinage through those kiosks. So out of that 3.8 million of on-street parking, only 8% of it is actually coming through as coins and dollars.
So we don't have to empty those every day then, I assume, right?
Does that mean we're paying more credit card fee?
Yeah, that's what I alluded to earlier, that it's tough to kind of point towards
What the revenue?
what the revenue truly is, because you're seeing additional costs on the credit card piece that you're seeing through the app and through the kiosks. So you have the credit card fees piece, but then you also have the fee from the app as well.
Right, but do we count that in, I mean, that should be expense, like.
Yes, it is.
Our overall revenue is still roughly equivalent, though. Or is that?
The net, is that what you're saying?
No, well, I mean, this gets back to, are people using the app to lower the amount that they pay because they're paying more precisely? Like, the revenue piece is what is the measure of that? Like, we might have overall like a bigger budget gap because we have those expenses, but the revenue would be
The net revenue versus gross revenue is one of the questions, is basically what you're alluding to. The other part of it as well is it's very difficult to point to those specifically because the system came into play after COVID. So the question then also is it a pre-COVID versus post-COVID comparison as well?
But if you can more closely align to the time you're using, it's a benefit to the people using the system. Yeah.
Absolutely, that's a benefit. I mean, we
Yeah,
know that's a
it's-
benefit. It's
Right.
just a question, can we measure it and show it with real data or not?
Well,
Probably
I
over
mean,
another year or so, probably could do better.
from a standpoint of seeing that you've got 70% of the payments is going through the app, you can definitely tell that it's a desired approach from our users.
So you're taking the credit card fee as expenses?
Yes.
That's in your graphs, right?
Yep, which we had that before too, when we had the
Right.
meters that had the credit cards as well. That was a fee of
Yeah.
doing business. Yep.
Yep, okay.
And the bigger advantage, you can use this mobile app in
It's
many other
fantastic.
cities throughout the state, and really the country.
In the country, there's, I mean, there.
Well, and like myself, I like the notification as you're able
Yep.
to see it tick down, and then you add if you know that your meeting's going long or anything like that. Any additional questions on the parking side from parking and park and ride?
You all know that if you have additional questions and afterwards, that just forward them on.
Yes.
Just something I'd like on an ongoing basis, not today. The new parking meters on Ingersoll, I'd just like to track usage there.
Okay.
I mean, that came in very late last year, so we don't have, but I wouldn't mind just, once it's nice out and that Big Grove patio is overflowing, I wouldn't mind just seeing kind of the data and how those parking spots are being used.
Okay. And we'll also get the additional information on the occupancy pieces of it too.
Occupancy piece, and then the third piece I had is
Principal payment.
yes, I
principal
want to
payment.
understand the park and ride and the changes there, because that revenue decline is pretty significant.
Yeah, it's one where they brought up a concern of how that was being calculated, and so we actually reflected a decrease in a how it was being calculated as well. So
I want to just see the paper trail
Sure.
and understand that, because that's pretty significant.
okay. If you guys would like a break,
No, keep going.
I'm actually going to hand it off to Joe. You can go into solid waste.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Joe Branstetter, Deputy Finance Director. We'll move now into our enterprise funds, which are solid waste, sanitary, and stormwater. The first topic is solid waste enterprise. We have about 66,000 homes served by the solid waste enterprise. We have 49 full-time equivalent positions. Those are split up between solid waste, which is the majority of them at 40. We have 7 full-time equivalents in recycling and 2 full-time equivalents in private property cleanup. As far as equipment goes, we have 25 side loaders and 12 front and rear loaders. And other services are scrub, which is spring cleaning to reduce urban blight, which are held at events throughout the city. We have property cleanups, and we also do dumpster services as well.
And I think one service that we probably don't talk a lot about, that we probably should, that we offer to some of our residents that are unable to bring the cans down, that we go and pick them up for free. And I think that that's something that,
Curbside.
yeah, I think that that's something that a lot of our residents don't know that, and maybe we can put that in a city source. Because that's a great benefit that we can offer to a lot of folks that
That are in need of that
Yes.
service, yes.
Yeah, and they
Not everyone.
no, that are in need, obviously, and there's a criteria you have to go through. But I think that folks they don't know that, and so it'd be nice to have our comms team maybe put that out in
great.
the city source.
Great idea.
When we look at our 25 budget, our revenues are on the left side of this and expenses are on the right. The vast majority of our revenue is coming from the solid waste collection fee that's paid monthly by users. We do have 14% that comes from yard waste and a small amount other and private property. As far as use of funds goes, personnel services is the largest amount at 34%. Vehicles are at 10%. Specialized equipment we have to purchase. That equipment at 18% is just the regular fuel and maintenance of. And then we do have a significant fee of 17% for landfill. Other makes up a variety of things that includes work comp, our indirect cost plan, payment in lieu of taxes, and some collection. And then we do have a small debt.
I haven't seen anything on the council agenda recently. Don't we negotiate for the gasoline prices? Aren't we locked in for a certain number of years? Is that?
Yes,
Still
from
do
a fleet standpoint, we do contract our fuel. About 80% of what we plan to use, we do contracted. We do that about right before the fiscal year. But the way that the procurement works is that changes so much. So there's actually within the procurement ordinance the ability for the finance director to make that purchase. So
Okay.
we do that because usually it's tough for us to get beyond kind of 12 months. So what we end up doing is we contract kind of right before the fiscal year. But we only want to do about 80%, just for the simple fact that we want to be close to what we've projected within our budget, but then also we only do 80% for things kind of like COVID, where we had a large decrease in our fuel usage from that standpoint. So from that standpoint, that's why we only kind of go with that contracted 80%.
When we look at our current rates, we are not recommending a rate increase in fiscal year 25. Most users have the 96-gallon toter, which is $15.66. Pretty competitive suburban neighborhood as well. One thing of note is the subsidized gallons of $64.96. Those have been consistent as rates have been always. When we look at total revenues, the outliner is always fiscal year 21, where we issued bonds from solid waste to cover the costs at MSC2. So that is going to throw off 21 a little bit. When we look at the other revenue, that includes some of the public works, bulk trash, and extra items. But when we look at overall revenues, they're pretty consistent over the past several years, projecting similar revenues in 25, very close to.
So the talking point of MSC2, that was just the portion that solid waste was responsible for. The entire building was split up between uses and which utility needed to pay their portions.
When we look at total expense, you have the bond transfer out for that portion of MSC2 that Scott alluded to. And you can see that our expenses are increasing slightly. Of note, we do have debt from bonds in there as well. And our employee costs are remaining pretty solid. So one of the things that we may look at in the near future is a rate increase in solid waste, not in 25, but potentially 26, just the way based on. A significant component of our solid waste enterprise is vehicle replacement. This chart shows that we were purchasing vehicles as needed, which caused a lot of spikes in fund. Purchased a significant number of vehicles in 17 and 18 and 19, and then very few in 20. So beginning in 22, we moved to an allocation method where we allocate dollars to solid waste for vehicles. Anything that they don't spend, they're able to carry forward additional year. That allows solid waste to line up their needs a little better and creates a little more consistency in our budget, so we avoid these.
One thing I wanted to add with that is it's a more of a consistent spend, but it's goes into our internal service fund of the fleet. So that's why we kind of keep that tracked as to how much is actually in those accounts in the internal service funds. So when we look at the vehicle replacement on the enterprise funds, it's a consistent cost for those enterprise funds, but then the ups and downs of expenses is actually in our enterprise funds or internal service funds.
And you say it does roll over?
Correct.
If
Yeah.
you don't use it?
Yes. So that those years that you'll see, instead of seeing like the 4 million hit the enterprise fund itself, you'll actually see those expenses in, and so those funds would have been accumulating in theory in the internal service fund going forward. So you'll see that 1.6 kind of what we'll see ongoing, and that is to allow us to hit those peaks and valleys of the true costs over time.
Yeah. Probably a better approach.
Yeah, that way we don't, it doesn't get confusing as to why maybe the fund balance is skyrocketing, and or do we need to have a rate increase because we are purchasing, the different vehicles. So we kind of avoid that kind of leveling out that replacement.
As far as next steps go, we do have some recycling changes coming up. Metro Waste Authority opened a new facility in Grimes and started operations in November. We are due some back recycling rebate revenue from Metro Waste Authority. That's in the works now, so we should be receiving some revenue from November of 21 to November of 2023, so that's positive. And then we should start seeing quarterly recycling rebates coming to us from Metro Waste Authority on a regular basis next fiscal year.
Now, are they doing all of our cardboard also for all the city facilities? Or have we contracted with them, or are we still using? Who do they, because they have an opportunity, I mean, we can recycle through them, through a cardboard initiative.
Yeah, we'd have to double check on that, what we use.
That'd be worth
but-
looking into. Does Jonathan know that?
If we send all of our cardboard directly through a separate line, it's not valuable.
But do we have like separate dumpster, Metro Waste comes, picks up, and like for our facilities that we have?
We collect it at a cardboard drop-off site and take it directly to their separate cardboard line, which is more valuable than the single-stream cardboard.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, no rate change is recommended for fiscal year '25. Based on the current condition of the fund, it's not necessary in '25, but we may be looking at a rate increase in '26. I believe our last rate increase was in fiscal year '22, and it was 3%. So we've been consistent over the past several years in solid waste as far as fees go, and we remain competitive with the metro.
I think the other part of it too is we want to make sure that we get some of the recycling revenue known before we recommend any rate changes. So
Didn't we do a rate increase like for 3 years?
I think it was 2. I think we had a very large, because it hadn't been changed for, I want to
10,
say
15
10, 15
years or
years. And then we had like a large change, and then it was just 1 or 2 other changes beyond that.
Yeah.
But then it
3
was
years.
one where, at that same time, we were seeing, I think, some of the recycling dollars going away, where it was actually costing us on the recycling side. And now that we're now in this agreement with Metro Waste Authority, we'll be able to better gauge during the next budget cycle to see if we need to do any rate changes based off of what we're seeing on the revenue side on the recycling.
Okay.
There were some global changes in recycling
Yep.
revenue in about 2018, and we're kind of shifted to more of a revenue model, so we should see that coming back in the next few years, hopefully. Any questions on solid waste? Okay. Well, I'll move on to the next enterprise fund, which is sanitary sewer. Operations and maintenance, there's over 1,000 miles of sanitary sewer. I believe we had 5 new miles this year compared to last presentation we did. Sanitary sewer enterprise is responsible for the planning and design of capital construction projects, and we have to be compliant with federal and state laws and regulations. And a big component of sanitary sewer is the Wastewater Reclamation Authority, which is WRA, and they provide wastewater treatment services throughout the metro area. And we'll talk about WRA in this presentation. Various operations within sanitary sewer is long-term control plan and those WRA projects, the sewer lining program, connection fees, and the citywide sewer program as well. As far as staff goes, we have 52.9 full-time equivalent positions. That 0.9 position is shared with stormwater. So when we look at the operation, storm and sanitary together, we have about 120 full-time equivalents. 41.9 or close to 42 is in the sanitary sewer maintenance and repair. 4 in project management and engineering. And then we also have 7 pump station operation employees. One minor change from the prior year's presentation is we did convert a pumping station tech to an electronic technician, so no overall change in full-time equivalent positions in sanitary sewer. Of note, we mentioned that a significant portion of sanitary is the WRA, and when we look at their overall staffing, they have 118 and change for their fiscal year 25 recommended budget. So just to give you a little perspective on that. And again, WRA contracts with the city for their employees. Operating revenue is solely dependent on usage. So we've increased our rates consistently over the past several years as our usage has decreased, as our flow has decreased. So the rate increases you're seeing are based on the revenue increases you're seeing are based on the rate increases. And again, wastewater, the service charge makes up about 98% of our total operating revenue. When we look at sanitary operations as a whole, earlier slide talked about the employees within WRA. WRA makes up about 46% of that, and that includes the debt as well. Within sanitary operations, day-to-day operations makes up 26%. The orange pie chart, that 12%, that pilot, that's payment in lieu of taxes and return on investment. Those are payments to the general fund for infrastructure costs and service fees that the general fund had provided in prior years. And then we do have a little bit of a debt payment. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then the CIP projects, the capital projects, shows up as an expense because it's a transfer to the CIP.
How many more years do we have for that pilot, or that the general fund is giving money to them?
It's
that's
ongoing.
ongoing
Yes.
consistently?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yep. And it's based off of linear feet
Okay.
of pipe.
Okay.
And just to kind of point out, we talked about parking earlier, that's based off of the on-street parking spaces. So in that one, it's based off the number of parking spaces that they have. That's what their ROI is kind of calculated on. The parking garages are based off of the value of it with the payment in lieu of tax. That one is kind of, especially with like parking, when you think about that, parking is utilizing those spaces, but they actually aren't putting them or maintaining the street that paying to have it. So that's kind of where that thought process comes into play.
Okay.
When we look at our total budget with a few historical years, you can see the yellow amount that you see in 2020 and the yellow amount in 22. Those were, early debt redemptions, so that showed up as an expense. Other items of note on here is you can see the debt. We're not issuing any new revenue debt related to sanitary, which is great. The only debt is related to SRF with our separation projects. So good news there on the long-term borrowing component of sanitary. When we look at operating budget within, for just Des Moines, the prior pie chart showed WRA component. This is just our component. Employee cost makes up 56%. The billing fee to Waterworks for the monthly billing to customers is about 8%. We talked earlier about fuel repair, 6%. Contractual payments at 8%. Other charges, which is largely the sump pump reimbursement program, that is at 9%. And then a few other smaller items, including our indirect cost allocation, which goes back to the general fund for operations.
So our sump pump program is the other charges, that's included in that?
That's correct.
And is that separate from our stormwater grant that we have? Is that's
Yes.
over or
Yep.
somewhere else?
That's in the stormwater fund.
Okay.
It's not all of the other is the sump pump reimbursement. Things like workers' comp is also in the other costs as well. So there's just primarily the largest percentage of the other charges is the sump pump reimbursement program.
Okay.
When we look at CIP funding sources, how we're funding projects related to sanitary from the capital side, we do have ARPA dollars in 2024, and you also have the general fund dollars in 2024, which is related to the ARPA, just the accounting procedure where we took some of the ARPA money to the general fund and then the general fund to the sanitary project. So we do have about a little about 3.3 million for ARPA-related dollars for sanitary projects. You can see the bulk of the funding sources comes from the sanitary sewer fund itself, so our user fees are funding the capital projects that we're doing. We do have some SRF related to the separation projects that should be wrapping up very shortly, so you'll see those listed in fiscal year 24 as well, our amendment year.
Did you say that'll end? We'll have it all done, the separation that we have to do?
Yes, we're moving towards that, so it's been a long
Could you
time.
just move the
been a
microphone
long
a little
time.
bit closer to you?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Sometimes it's kind of fading out on me. Thanks.
Yep.
So the anticipation is that's supposed to be done this calendar year, so you might see some carryover into fiscal year 2025, depending on the timing of the completion of those costs. But right now, we have those current funds in 2024. If they need to be carried over, you might see it in one more presentation. But that's kind of a big deal.
That's a
Yeah.
really big deal. How many years has that been now? No, it's been,
Yeah, 94, I think, is what,
1,000?
I was going to say, it originally started with discussions, I think, back in 94.
yeah, after
So-
the flood of 93.
We had to file and agree to a consent decree, which at the time was like, I remember, it was $252 million of 1999 dollars.
Yeah.
And we had a certain amount of time to finish it, which I think is when we started the
Yeah, which was originally 23, and I think it got a couple extensions to finish it off here, so.
well, we should celebrate.
That's a big deal.
And that was obviously some great work from our public works staff and
Yeah.
engineering to get through all of that.
When we look at CIP projects by year, one item of note is our sanitary sewer lining program. We've always been about $2 million per year based on conversations with Public Works. We are working on increasing those dollars in future years, so we're going from $2 million in 25 and 26 to $4 million in 27, $6 million in 28, and ultimately our goal is to provide $8 million per year for the lining and repairs to keep the sanitary sewer system where it is. Another big component is the trunk sewers, which we have $1.5 million in the CIP for that. And then those other projects, those are remaining cash to wrap those projects up this fiscal year. One item of note is, and when we talk about the CIP and other areas, is when we look at 24, we're providing the expenditure authority for any cash on hand within the amended year. So that, what you see there includes a cash balance for those projects. So we might not be spending $9 million in sanitary sewer repairs, but a portion of that would then roll forward when we do this presentation next year into the amendment year. Just gives us the authority and the department the ability to spend what they need to spend based on the cash they have.
I think that was kind of in line with the additional work we were doing on separation projects. So I think that was kind of a lot of our focus where we have a lot more carryover than we normally would. But again, it's one where the amount of miles we have and how much we want to get allocated to those lining projects and repairs as they come up. We're trying to get to that 8 million a year to make sure we're not going to have a problem with them in the future. So
Does our staff do the lining and repairs, or do we hire that out to another company?
I believe there's a mix, but I'd have to ask Jonathan on that.
It's all contracted?
Okay.
Okay.
Some of the, yeah.
So are those generally known and scheduled, or, and so a majority of it is planned as opposed to repairs that are
I myself don't know the split of planned versus just repairs as they come up, but I do know that they go through and actually they've increased their inspection to be able to come
Right, they
across.
have a monitoring.
Yeah, like cameras going through the lines to see which ones are needing to be realigned or have repairs done. So it's one where we increase that, that approach so that we can kind of see where our problems are and where those funds make the most sense.
When we look at the maps, we have various projects, and Jonathan, feel free to come up and talk about any of these if you want to talk specifics about it. But we have our separation projects there in pink. Ripper Bend and near West Side, those are wrapping up. And then we have Western Ingersoll there on the west side of town as well. And then we have two trunk sewer projects underway, the Southwest 14th and Tuttle Trunk and the East Army Post Road Trunk. When we look at the long-term control plan,
Is this more like
these are
housing?
the projects related to the consent decree that, as we've talked about before, the remaining that's combined, that is mostly downtown and East Village, that's planned. We've done many things to prevent the overflow within that area, but we are still working on Western Ingersoll and wrapping up these other consent decree separation projects as well. Here's near West Side. I don't know if anyone has any questions on this, but these are the various phases within that particular separation project.
So, going back to that slide, what phase are we in now?
Yeah, we're
Finishing up the
Near
last,
West Side. Pardon?
finishing up the last phase, which is phase 4.
Phase 4, okay.
And most of these separation projects are going to be on that final phase as we wrap things up, hopefully this calendar year. Same with River Bend. Again, these are things that are all finishing up. And then here's Western Ingersoll listed here. Other items related to sanitary, as we talked about WRA, these are the WRA projects that they are working on. At the top, you have the conveyance projects. In the middle, we have treatment projects, and at the bottom, there's plant-related projects. So these are across the entire authority. Right now, we're about 43% of the cost shown. That's based on our usage and flow as it relates to the other customers within WRA. As other suburban communities have increased usage and lines, and new members have come on, we've seen that our share decrease over the past 10 years or so.
One thing I wanted to kind of point out on that slide a little bit too is a little bit different in comparison. WRA is actually looking towards issuing bonds. Normally they do just the SRF loans, and so this is kind of a unique situation, that bottom part where it's got the 25 million. Those are different projects that they're issuing revenue bonds specifically. That's a bit different than what they normally do.
And when we look at our debt payments out of sanitary, you can see the city share has decreased significantly, just basically the SRF component of the separations. And then the largest component of our debt payment is those WRA-related projects and our share based on our percentage of the usage. Those are going to continue to be high as they're taking on significant projects there, but our debt is going to remain low.
And you can kind of see that in 2020 was a very large spike. That was where we redeemed the last bit of revenue bonds that we had within sanitary sewer.
In conclusion, the long-term control plan, our separation projects, and WRA projects are the significant drivers of the system. In our CIP plan, we have $14 million in sewer lining and repairs to extend the infrastructure of these projects and hopefully reduce the need to borrow in the future. Separation projects should be completed in fiscal year 25. And last year, council approved a 5% rate increase for fiscal year '24 and for fiscal year '25. So we're locked in at that 5% increase for this fiscal year. So there's no action needed from council on that, but we are projecting a rate increase in '25 and projecting rate increases in the future to account for that decreased flow that we're seeing from our sanitary sewer system.
So the parts that kind of go into the thought process on the rates for sanitary sewer is trying to maintain our ability to issue debt if we need to so choose. So there's a couple different ratios as we look at revenue debts to try and maintain that AA rating for revenue debt. So in that, we are looking at what our component of WRA, because we have to have, they're a part of our costs. So we have to make sure that our rates are in conjunction with those increasing costs to make sure that we, our rate is maintaining that additional cost from the WRA side, since that shift of our debt versus the debt that we're contributing on the WRA side is kind of the biggest driver on where that is, as well as our we've seen historically we see decreases in our flow, billing flow, so you kind of have a little bit of less flow and increasing costs is the driver of the rate increases that we're seeing here in sanitary.
Any questions on sanitary sewer operations?
Well, this is not an operation question, but as long as Jonathan's in the room, the Birdland lift station, that's been a long-term project. Is there a targeted completion date on that?
Yes, I just asked that question, and it's changed. And I needed to talk to Scott about that.
Yes, there is a contracted completion date of April of 2024. We already know, though, that the contractor is delayed and won't be done until later in the summer, perhaps August, maybe September.
Maybe.
We're sorting through
There's a-
once they pass the April contracted deadline date, liquidated damages do kick in on a daily rate, so they start paying per day, and that reduces the value of the total contract value owed to the contractor by that. Every day they drag on past their completion date costs them money.
So has that been just an especially difficult lift? So that's like 2 years, right?
I'm not sure exactly what the specific cause of the delay is off the top of my head. I do know that it is a complicated and compact site with the troubling logistics, but it's also building a lift station right next to a functional lift station. So it's a challenging project. That being said, they were expected to be done by April. That they're not will cost them money every day they're not. So they're got a definite profit motive to be done.
And Jonathan, I asked this at the WRA meeting the other day because I asked about it and they said September is what they're looking at.
September, okay.
So for every day that it's not done, they have to pay like $1,000 or something per day. Who gets that money? Where does that go?
That goes back to the WRA.
It goes back and.
It will end up reducing the cost of the pump station
Okay. And
to the
think they'll
WRA as an
really
agency.
pay it? Because I know, we've had conflicts with other contractors where they didn't pay it. Do you-
We withhold payment
I was going to say they don't hold.
so
Okay.
that we reduce the value of the final payment by the amount of, is offset by the value of the work done is offset by the value of the liquidated damages.
I just remember at the fire station, they were late, but they didn't pay, and, it's gotten into quite a conflict, so.
It can turn into project savings to the project budget to when it goes long, and we just withhold that payment.
Okay.
Those
My
things
con-
often end up in litigation. Because there's
Yeah.
differing interpretations of the causes for delay,
Right.
whether it was within their control or not within their, and I'm not specifically certain of what the causes of the delay are in this project, but
That's my question.
we will get that sorted out
Will it-
before
yeah.
before completion.
So, and my concern is just that it does impact the neighborhood. It is impacting the business that's nearby.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a challenging site. It's a requirement of our consent decree to rebuild that station
Correct.
while keeping it in service. The April date would have been vastly preferred because that meant all summer without
Right.
construction.
And now-
Another summer with
Now we have
construction is
another summer with
is
construction.
part of the value of the damages that we try to wrap up in a dollar figure that's due back to the community for the contractor's delay.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Stand up for a
I
minute.
just saw the next slide.
So the next slide is let's take a break if needed. I wouldn't mind.
Why don't we take, yeah, I was going to say, so why don't we take, what, 10 minutes?
Whatever you want to do. I'm
9:15,
just,
be
if
back.
I just need to
Thank
stand
you.
up for a
If
minute.
you have to go somewhere.
Oh, shit.
If not, there are trees from, I don't know, if anybody wants to.
fairly.
Yeah, that's true.
So our next one is stormwater utility.
Sorry about that. So next topic that we're going to have is the sanitary or storm water enterprise. From that, we'll kind of go into how many miles we have. We have 580 miles of storm sewers. We have 35 pump stations, and we have over 16,500 miles of street cleaning that's within the stormwater utility. And then we also have 23 miles of levee. The stormwater utility rates are based off of the equivalent resident unit, or ERU, so that's going to be the term that we kind of use most often throughout the slides. We have to comply with federal and state laws and regulations on flood prevention. That falls under the stormwater utility. We have mitigation and water pollution prevention that we deal with, planning, design, and construction of projects. And within the last several years, we've definitely stepped up on a lot of construction projects, and then a lot of public education that our Public Works Department does as well. And I'm going to go back to the equivalent resident unit. That's based off of the impervious areas of the property, so the roof, patio, driveway, those areas that is not the grass or things that allow for the stormwater to go into the ground. So it's that prevention that we look at the ERUs.
Can I just ask one question here? I know that in my ward, I've talked to several business owners who have purchased businesses, and the example is the old Richmond Boardman store. And there's a huge amount of parking lot. Why they ever had that much parking is crazy to me. But it was after it was purchased that they realized that they're paying this huge, huge amount in stormwater. And they said, and I think I've had this conversation, it was like, we'll take this out, we'll make it so it's better for stormwater, we'll do anything we can to lower that rate. And the city really didn't seem to be interested in working, in to do something like that. When people come before us for site plans, are we looking at the stormwater at that point and saying, hey, you've got too much parking lot, you need to do this or that? Maybe that's a Steve question.
I thought they did that on the Richmond Gorman site. They took out some of that parking lot, didn't they?
They had to do some for a site plan, but there's still way, way too much.
Yes, we will evaluate the stormwater requirements at the site plan review stage. If a place has too much, not too much, more impervious surface than they need, then unless they're required to install some kind of, unless the redevelopment activity is sufficient enough to trigger new stormwater requirements, we don't make them take out anything. It's at their option to remove pavement and parking lot, especially when you go from a changing of the use from a big box retail site to self-storage. The parking requirements are vastly different. But it's still at the property owner's discretion to remove any kind of impervious surface. That will automatically, it's a one-for-one reduction. You take a square foot of pavement out, you get an equivalent reduction in your stormwater charges. Okay. Residential, it's a little. There's a lot of room in the kind of banding to the square footage, so it's not necessarily the same kind of thing. But a homeowner could do the same thing by reducing their impervious surface. And we do presently have in the stormwater, the BMP rebate program, a cost assistance, but it's scaled for property, individual property owners. It's scaled for a residential setting. It's not well suited to the commercial environment where you have a lot more surface. That's something we're evaluating, is looking at how to have a two-tiered program, one for commercial properties, because we also want to help or encourage people to do things that we want them to do, but the program as it is now is aimed, it's eligible for commercial properties also, but it's just not as useful because it's not nearly as much money as they might need to make tip them over the decision point for that. But there is $1 for, a one-for-one correspondence between how much parking they take out and how much they pay for their stormwater charge. It's entirely at their discretion at that point when they have, quote unquote, too much parking for the current use for the property.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So as we go into the personnel of stormwater, again, this is the split between sanitary and storm. This is the other portion to get up to that 120 combined FTEs. That is broken out between the stormwater maintenance and repair at 33. The street cleaning at 22 is entirely at the stormwater. The project management, engineering, billing of 4, and then the pump station operations of 7. There's also the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System with 1 FTE as well.
We have 22 street cleaners?
Staff, yeah. Not, I can't remember how many we see. You've got a dump truck, and also for our FTEs we have 22. So I don't think we have 22 street cleaners. I think it's 11, 12, I believe.
They do other, I'm sure they do
Yeah.
other.
You looking for a job?
No, I just
They
didn't think
probably
we
do.
had 22 street cleaning
Probably do other things too.
machines,
They
right?
do.
We have 7 street cleaning machines.
Okay.
That are just the street sweepers, and those are run across 3 shifts. So there's more people, and there's also dump trucks to service them, and then this street cleaning includes just the guys that go out and pick up the trash on the side of the roads too. So there's more people than there are machines.
We got
because
guys
we're-
that go out and pick up trash only by complaint or what?
The illegal dumping is worked usually just by one person in one truck, but sometimes we have to put 2
Okay.
or 3 trucks out there to
Probably
handle
quite a
the
bit of
complaints.
Good to know. Yeah.
Jonathan, you need to take a seat closer to
As we look at the operating revenue from services, so the revenue solely depends on the ERUs. If there's no changes in the impervious surface, there will be no increase or decrease in the revenues besides the rate changes. You see a bit of a spike in 2023. That is a little bit on the revenue side of interest. So with our sanitary sewer, we have different requirements on our reserve funds for the debt that we issue. And so with the additional funds that you're seeing on the stormwater side, you're seeing an interest return a little bit higher than normal, with interest rates being higher and our Treasury Department doing a really good job in investment right now.
Yep.
As we look at the 2025 recommended budget for expenses, you can kind of see the largest cost is the operating piece of it, but then the next largest is debt. We've been issuing debt over the course of several years. The oldest debt that we have currently is some 2016. We have just a regular issuance that year and a refunding. Then the last couple years, I want to say from, I think it was 2020 through 2023, we've got like 4 or 5 different issuances in that window of time as well, with the amount of work that we've been doing in the stormwater CIP. The transfer to CIP of 21% is the cash to projects in there. So you kind of see it's not just the debt piece of funding, it's also in the cash as well. So the pilot ROI, about 10%, and then the equipment purchase, again, is very similar to the other enterprise accounts where we're doing an annual allocation of that 1.3. Some of the other charges include workers' compensation, legal settlements, and indirect cost administrative fees. So as we look at more of a multi-year on the operational budget, you can see that in the past we've had a large use of funds into transfers to CIP in that 2020, and then that's kind of decreased a bit as we focused a little bit on our issuing bonds towards projects, and then we're going to see we've seen a gradual increase after not issuing. We issued some this past year in 2023. And then right now we don't have anything modeled in the CIP for issuance, but it's one where we have maybe at the tail end here in the next couple of years, we might, depending on what projects we want to focus on, we might do some additional issuances of debt for projects. As we go into the CIP funding sources, you can see that the largest component in the outgoing years is the stormwater utility fund. That's increasing on the cash basis as we had our last bond issuance in this in the amended 24 with the almost 21 million there. We also have about that 6.5 of ARPA or general fund made possible by ARPA funding as well as some of the transfers ins, which is if there's some street work that's being done within a stormwater project, then those different funds are being transferred in as well from other projects because it's not stormwater assets that are being done, it's kind of street work that's being done. We also have the sales tax increment fund that comes in. That one is, as you can tell, it's very specific numbers and it varies. That was one at the state allocation level where we kind of have that determining stream. I can't remember how many years we have of that. I think it was like 20 or 30 years of that funds coming in, going towards flood mitigation, and it also can go for those costs as well as reimbursing us for the debt payments as well in the future. But that's kind of, as we kind of go through that, we're putting those funds directly in there as cash to do those projects as of today because there's so many projects to work on.
Was it 20 years? I didn't think it was that long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was at least 20. And it will fluctuate quite a bit in the latter years. We worked with the other 12 recipients of that state funding because the total amount the state was willing to give was capped. And so these are the remaining dollars after the other communities got what they needed for a few years. And then we're going to have some very much higher numbers
At the
coming
tail
up.
end. Yeah.
At the tail end.
So we did work to get some of the language changed so that we can, because we're wanting to get the projects done quicker, that we're able to use those funds not just for the projects themselves, but also kind of reimburse us for the debt payments that we have as well. So it kind of works out for us to do that work as it makes sense to do that work, and not just from the flow, because the flow of cash in that sales tax increment fund. So that's when we're trying to get the projects done, but not based off of the kind of quirky flow of funds within that. As we look at the specific CIP projects in the CIP for stormwater, you can see that we've got a couple different projects that are going on within the amended budget with the Closest Creek, Hamilton Drain, and George Flagg levee replacement. So we also have that citywide stormwater master plan program that we had in the budget. I think it was last year or the year before where we started allocating funds. We allocated $8 million in prior years, which it was $2 million a year from 24 through 27. And then this year we were, based off of what the models showed us being able to fund within our current planning, we were able to put an additional $6 million in 26, 27, and then 28 was another 7.5. So that's why you kind of see it go up to 8, because we had the original $2 million a year, plus we allocated additional funds during this budget process.
And what is the master plan program?
We will go, that's the citywide master plan that we worked for a couple years to go through, and some of the priority projects that came through. We do have a slide further in the presentation that kind of says, based off the priority level, where those funds will actually go towards for that $27.5 million. As we talk about the stormwater CIP projects, this kind of shows some of the, on two of the improvement projects as well as the flood mitigation projects as well, kind of showing where that is based off of the map. Yeah.
Just wanted to draw your attention to two things on this here. I'm very, very pleased that we've made significant progress in two of the locations that have been historically plagued with stormwater issues, and that's the Closest Creek watershed and the Hamilton Drain area. The Hamilton Drain area particularly was a known problem and it bubbled up onto our radar screen earlier in my tenure from a 1980s vintage stormwater study that said, here's what you need to do to solve the problem in the Hamilton Drain neighborhood. And it just languished for lack of attention, but it's one of the rare cases of neighborhood level flooding where there was a floodplain inside a neighborhood, not because of the river or 4 Mile Creek. It was just because what used to be a creek, Hamilton Creek, I guess, got turned into a box culvert in the 1930s, made out of wood. In some places it ran underneath people's houses. But the work in the Hamilton Drain area just languished for lack of funding for a couple decades, and we were able to put that back into the queue of work to be done. And 168 homes will be taken out of the floodplain by this work, and they'll be able to, those homeowners will be able to, one, benefit from improved resilience, flood resilience in their neighborhood, but also there's a cost savings to living in that neighborhood now because they no longer need flood insurance. And that would have been an unpleasant surprise for a home buyer in this area for the last several decades to also have to buy flood insurance when they're blocks and blocks from many blocks away from the river, where you'd think that might be more intuitive. But that's a big deal, to be able to take 168 homes out of the floodplain because of stormwater conveyance improvements inside that neighborhood. And the engineering team has taken a green infrastructure first approach and done a lot of the best practices kinds of things, solving multiple problems with one piece of infrastructure. One of my favorite ones is a great example of putting stormwater chambers underground and then putting a parking lot back on top of it at one of the neighborhood's churches. Just a great example of getting a long overlooked problem that really solves a real issue for 168 people and making their homes safer, making their neighborhood safer, and saving them money through a long overdue project. The other piece I want to draw your attention to is Closest Creek. We're all very familiar with a lot of that was one of the areas that got punched in the face in 2018 with 7.5 inches of rain. That was also a long-running stormwater plan from the late 90s, the 2001, I think it was, master plan for that watershed, called for a 56-year schedule of improvements. In 2002, stretching all the way out till 2058, and 2018 showed us that 56 years is too long to wait, and we've put a lot of resources into improving the stormwater conveyance in that neighborhood, and making that neighborhood fit what we would call modern stormwater standards. So tremendous opportunity to do a lot of work in long overdue work in our neighborhoods because of stormwater work. I'll invite the tag team with the city engineer, Steve Neighbor, to talk about the flood mitigation piece, because there's some the confluence of good transportation news and flood mitigation news on the next slide.
And Jonathan, thank you, because I think we only have one property now that's left in the Hamilton drain area that's in the flood.
Yes.
And this is a long ways, because I remember when the best the city would offer was backflow valves to those residents that they could have installed in their floor drains, and that was the best we did. So this is a real improvement.
And that one home is really more of a technicality for flood insurance. I think their yard will flood under the 100-year storm.
I know you've made Closest Creek people very happy, as we can tell by the stormwater committee that was formed because of that, and was formed because of the frustration of not getting to it long before. So.
Yes, I'll chalk that up as a good news story.
Yes.
A lot of deservedly angry people in that area at the time, and many of them we have turned into some of our strongest champions, helping us get more valuable stormwater work done in the neighborhood and across the city.
And we'll have a slide later on what needs to be done.
Yeah, well, there's more to come.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
So just so that I'm going to skip to this slide, and then we'll go back to the overall flood mitigation, just in case there's questions on the Southeast Connector before Steve has to step away. So a portion of the Southeast Connector is actually going to be completing some of the levee work on the overall plan of the alterations. That's kind of a part of that GH kind of area on the overall map. Will be kind of worked on as we work on the Southeast Connector side. So as we have got funding from the Infer grant for this project, we're able to kind of move that up in the timing of when we're actually going to do that work. So as you can kind of see, the phase work here within this, the light blue is what's going to be a part of the Southeast Connector, and then the kind of like that purplish color and yellow will continue to be a part of the stormwater funding process and through the phases that we have within the flood mitigation. So I'm going to go back to the flood mitigation as the total project for phases on the levee alterations piece. We are currently, which phases are we? C? Okay, so we are currently working on C, and then we'll move further down the Des Moines River, again, except for that Southeast Connector piece.
On some of the river, can you remind me again if are there federal dollars that come to us because with the Corps and everybody?
No.
Just thought I would ask.
The only additional funding is that sales tax from the state.
Okay.
And that's, again, about that 1.7, 1.6 that we're seeing come in each year.
Okay.
We kind of talked about this a little bit before with Jonathan, but this kind of talks about the different phases that Closest Creek went through. I don't know if you want to talk further more on that, or if you guys have questions specifically on this watershed. It does have future phases planned for it, but as we then also move into the Hamilton Drain watershed as well, we wanted to give you the maps for those two different areas for reference. The stormwater master plan update on this, again, this is kind of where we're looking at how to utilize that 27.5 allocation that we have of those. This is kind of looking at our an annual allocation for contracted inspections, and then that first project that we have is University Avenue and Polk Boulevard, where we'll have that study and design phase, and then construction within that 25-26. The second priority is that Douglas Avenue and 50th, which has kind of two different phases. They're kind of breaking it up in between two different phases. And this kind of shows that timeline of starting in 2025, going kind of through that 2028. And then the next priorities of 3 and 4, it is just looking at the study phase in 26 and 27, and then the additional study design and construction would then be in those later 28, 29 years beyond the CIP plan that we currently have. And so the master plan kind of detailed a bunch of different projects to look at citywide, and then also created a priority structure of scoring so that it can be used as a tool as to what should be that next project.
So for the citywide, do we have any cost estimates if we got everything all done? What that costs, because each one of these other projects are millions, so.
If I remember right, the value of the first kind of wave of stormwater master plan projects is 125 million. That gets us about the first 20
projects.
First 20 projects. The total value, I think, is 770 million. That's
a lot of zeros.
It's a lot of work to do. The interesting part about the stormwater master plan is it does deliver results that we kind of expected, with some interesting nuggets thrown in. You'll see out of our top four projects there, there's two of what I would call the usual suspects that no one is surprised to see there as our highest priorities. Particularly number 2, Douglas and 50th, is the watershed that ended up, the very end of that is where the fatality was in the 2018 flood event. So not at all surprised that that is a location of high interest. University and Polk Avenue and University Avenue and Illinois Street, though very small sub-watersheds that filter to the top because of the variety of factors that are at play there. We just haven't seen in the same size or scale of repeat problems like we have at Dean and 30th, another one that's not a surprise. Douglas and 50th, well known to us, but University and Polk has a pipe going in between homes, so that is in poor condition and undersized. So the potential for damage raises that to a higher threshold. And University Avenue is another place where University Avenue and Illinois Street is another location where, again, small watershed, not all that difficult to address. You see the price tag is $110,000, but the condition of the pipe and the proximity of nearby businesses, in that case, in the watershed, and the potential for damage because of the pipe condition and lack of capacity is something that floats it upwards. So this is both a way to not just get the squeaky wheels, but also proactively look for places that would be a problem if the right rainstorm landed on them. I've always, the running joke is I'd rather be lucky than good. This is kind of helping us be both, of proactively looking for places where we know we have problems with pipe condition so that we can find them, fix them before they become problems. And we'll see as we go along the locations that are also systemically troubled, larger watersheds that have repeat recurring problems like priority number 2 and number 3 there will also filter into the list and be able to be addressed in a timely fashion that makes sense and does proactively reduce our risk citywide.
So on the Dean, that's all along Dean, because I know the fairgrounds has major issues along
Yeah, I
Dean
think
Avenue.
the Dean and 30th watershed,
The whole thing.
what contributes to that location right there is actually to the
East.
I think it's to the west and some to the east, but I think more of the contributory area is to the west of the intersection.
On Dean?
On Dean. It puddles up at Dean and 30th.
Right.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering where the break on the watershed lines is correctly. It's on both sides of the intersection, but I think there's more land mass to the west.
I think it comes up from State Street to up to the north. That's what I've always seen the maps, that it
Yeah,
comes.
the low spot is the intersection, and there's capacity issues downstream from there, and it's parallel to the work that has already been done through the fairgrounds and the 7th Ward ditch to get it on out of town. That's been years in the making. This is just adjacent to that much larger project of the Leetown Creek Way that was
That's
doing
been-
flood risk reduction in the neighborhood north of the fairgrounds, north of University. And this is kind of buttoned onto the side of
Yeah,
it.
it's too bad when we did the other sewer project through there that we didn't do it all at once on Dean and 30th. And Dean went through, Dean's a brand new road. Sanitation sewer went up through there.
Oh, yeah, the sewer project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd been nice to, maybe it fixed it then.
So, again, the Dean and 30th Project 3 is going to be millions of dollars to actually address. This is just the study.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Thank you.
And that's years out past 20.
This would be starting the
Just this-
100,000 is for a study initially to kick it off. The Douglas and 50th is going to be about $19 to $20 million to construct, so it's even that will go into 28, 29, and then we'll get into priority project 3 further to the right on the calendar. Other questions?
Lots of zeros.
For summary on the stormwater, obviously the requirements for flood protection and long-term control plans, the separation projects are significant drivers on the system rate. The stormwater master plan has been completed in those priority projects that we are trying to do that proactive inspections and kind of go through that. We've already kind of started that approach. With this budget season, we are having the CMO and finance are proposing a 6% rate increase for fiscal year 25 and 26. What that allows us to do is maintain our coverage ratios for the existing debt, as well as being able to do some additional cash for funding with those rate increases, and it allows us to possibly issue more debt in future years, keeping it doing a rate increase of that 6%.
So we got 6% there. We'll probably have a garbage increase of, not next year, but the year after. That's another 5%. And folks, and sanitary's 5.
5.
And folks are asking us to put another fee onto each household in the city of Des Moines.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Are there any more questions on this one?
Any more on the storm? Our next topic is the self-supported municipal improvement districts, or SMID, as we tend to refer to them as. They're self-supported districts in the area subject to an additional tax. So the property owners usually elect to initiate those, so it's kind of a self-imposed additional property tax on the commercial properties within the area, within the property, or within the SMID area. The only ones that have, that collect on the residential properties are the ones that are designated as historic districts. So if the SMID is deemed a historic district, then the SMID would also include the residential properties as well. It's governed off of Chapter 386.3 of the Iowa Code to allow that, and then basically it needs to have a petition with the city clerk to at least 25% of the property owners to be able to get those into effect, and then continue that over if they want to expand boundaries or make significant changes to the SMIDs. They'd have to go through a similar process. Within the city of Des Moines, we do have 7 SMID districts. This was kind of talking about when they are established and when the levy authority ends. The only one that ends from this current fiscal year is Highland Park. So there will be, during this process, there'll be at the time of approving the budget, we'll be bringing a resolution to extend the Highland Park. They have the ability to have an extension of another 5 years, so that would be brought up at the same time as the budget approval.
Do you have to get 25% of the signatures for an extension?
Not for continuation, but if they were wanting to do a change in the SMID area, then yes, they would have to have been petitions. And
Do all of them have an extension attached to it, or?
Most do, yeah.
So the Southwest Ninth has an extension attached to it?
I believe so, yeah. They would have to have a 40% within, prior to 6 months of the current period to not have it extend for Southwest.
So 40% of the
On that
commercial
one,
property
on that one
owners would have to
particular.
have signatures to the city clerk not to have it
Yeah,
extended.
prior to 6 months of that end, for it to end.
Okay. And how long does it extend for?
That one in particular, I'm not sure, but we tend to be in the 5-year windows with those.
Is there only one 5-year extension or 2?
That one I'll have to get back to you on.
Okay.
As we look at the SMID levy rates, each of the areas are at their max rate except for the downtown. They have the ability to be up to $2, but they are currently at and plan to stay at the $1.30 for the fiscal year 25 budget.
So what does that mean in dollars? I mean, if they would raise, if they get up to their max, how much more? You can get back to me too on that.
With the $1.30, they basically have about 2.4 million in the downtown.
Okay.
So
So if they did a quarter more, what's that? You have to put your
yeah, it'd have,
big accounting hat on there.
if they were to go that extra 70 cents.
Yeah.
Clean, safe, and beautiful.
Yep.
Nick, just I think you said they don't intend to raise it? But doesn't the council raise it? Or-
It is, they submit their budget and their ask of where their rate would be, but yes, the council would be approving it. But it's from their request, their proposed budget that they submit to us for the downtown specific, because they're one of the 3 that kind of operates kind kind of on their own. There's 3 that that we serve kind of as a pass-through, and 4 of them where we kind of maintain the funds. And so in their budget that they're submitting, they submit, this is what they're requesting is the $1.30. But ultimately, you guys are the ones that are approving that levy.
I mean, I know there's 2 different groups. You have the Schmid group, and then they contract with Operation Downtown, right? I mean, technically,
I think
technically it's
yes.
different groups.
Yep.
So the Schmid group could request an increase and use that fund for an alternative purpose other than
Correct.
Operation Downtown.
Within
And they
the-
could contract with Des Moines Police for something
Right, that was.
and go around the huge administrative cost of Operation Downtown.
As long as it's approved within the SMID ordinance of what they can spend those funds on, yes, that would be able to do that.
So, yeah. So, I mean, can we engage in some conversations with them? Clean, safe, and specifically on the
For
safe?
more public safety?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's already started.
And this would help pay for additional, if they were able to raise this from $1.30 to, I mean.
So actually,
So they actually have a dollar amount when we get to their budget submission of what they have for Court Avenue security.
I'm not just talking about
I,
Court Ave.
I'm just saying that they do show an increase in their, from their 24 to 25 budget within this $1.30 that they're requesting.
so the conversations are very early, and we're looking at the language to see what of the public safety could be paid for out of the SMID.
But doesn't it have to be done before this budget?
Depends on the timing. I mean, we're looking at long-term needs, so.
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty necessary that we act on something, considering some of the emails that we've been getting and some of the complaints that we've been getting downtown, that the safe portion of it, I think that we need to figure out something, like, quickly. Okay.
Yeah, and understand that has to be a long-term commitment. We're not about to hire a bunch of city staff.
No, I understand that, but if you raise this, that could help pay for a portion of that, right?
Correct, but we would need to
Put that
get
in
a
the language?
long-term, yeah, we need to get a long-term commitment from,
Well, I would say that should be pretty easy, considering what they're going through right now. And if it's not, then maybe some of the business owners that are contributing to this SMID should have their input in it.
we'll have those conversations.
Okay.
As I kind of alluded to earlier, out of the 7 SPID districts, there is an audit requirement, whereas the downtown Ingersoll Grand and Southwest 9th Corridor, those are ones where they have to submit the budget to the city, and then that's one where we kind of play more as a pass-through, where they get those funds and then they spend them, and they have to go through an audit to determine if they are compliant. And then from the Beaverdale, Highland, Roosevelt, Sherman Hill, those are ones where we maintain the full balance, and they submit invoices for us to review and pay them. So they're kind of included within our, we're looking at the individual expenses versus it being a pass-through on the top 4. So as we look at the financial data of the ones that we are holding internally, so Beaverdale, Highland, Roosevelt, and Sherman Hill, this gives you the activity for 23, the estimated 24 that we're in now, and then the 25 anticipated. So some of the things to point out in this scenario, Sherman Hill, they were accumulating funds to be able to do lighting projects. And so this is one where they did, you can see it over $500,000 draw in this current fiscal year, the 2024. They did work on High Street in this 2024 year. And so I think their intention will be to accumulate funds again to then do another street after that. So that's kind of why you'll see their normal operations is in that 40 to 50,000, but the SMID revenue is about that 100,000. So that they accumulate and then do a one-off spend in that scenario.
So I'm just a little confused about the financial data. If you look at Highland Park, there was a negative number, and then a negative. How do we end up with the balance of 25?
So they would have started fiscal year '23 with a balance. So we don't show.
Oh.
Yeah. So what you're not seeing in this file is that beginning balance or the prior end of year numbers. So what that activity does is the math on that would be, yes, the Beaverdale, for example, would be 29,000. And then Highland Park was, again, the almost 60,000 prior to that activity of 2023. As we look towards the ones that we are more of a kind of a pass-through, we do maintain some funds per the kind of SMID agreements that we have with them based off of what their actual expenses are, and that kind of varies. If, for example, Ingersoll Grand, it's a percentage of what their annual maintenance cost is. We try to maintain that certain dollar based off of what it's costing them. As you can kind of see here, from a downtown, we try not to hold a balance on that based off of the agreement that we have on the SMID on there, but they maintain a balance that you'll see in their budget numbers. Let's see.
Is that just maintenance for the plantings that are there?
Yeah.
The streetscape?
Yep.
And that's all the maintenance that they're out of?
No, it's a percentage of it so that we're able to, if we have to kind of step in, we're able to cover that cost for a couple of months. Because we'll get into their dollar amount of their full maintenance costs when we actually look at their specific budget. Ingersoll is what I'm assuming you're alluding to. Yep.
In the expenses, is the city billing out indirect cost or anything to this? This is all actual receipts from expenses.
These four are the ones where they're submitting the invoices of actual expenses of what we anticipate seeing from them. These expenses, since it's more of a pass-through, it's based off of the revenue we receive and reconciliation between what we actually receive versus what we budget. That's why in this scenario, we overpaid in '23, so we have to underpay in '24 for downtown based off of where the numbers actually came in for revenues.
And for the Highland Park Schmid, I know there had been some discussion about they wanted to increase the Schmid area, and we were told no, that they couldn't do that. Well, they could do it, but they'd have to get the okay of all
The approval,
of them,
yep.
of everyone. And CVS was there at the time, and I think they paid the largest amount into the Schmid. But now CVS is turning into a health clinic. Will they still pay into the Schmid?
Yes, it's based off the property value. It's an additional property tax to the
So
property
even if it's a
value.
nonprofit?
Well, it depends on the ownership of the clinic.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Because some clinics are leased and some are owned by the nonprofit.
So if it's owned, it would be tax exempt. If it's,
This is owned.
then it
So there
might
could
go
be a
off.
concern that their valuation would drop to zero. therefore they would not pay the SMID.
And I think they're paying the largest amount.
We,
Yeah.
we can look into that with Community Development Service.
I think they're a nonprofit.
Who's the
It's
clinic?
Oakmont, they do Medicare and Medicaid only.
So yeah, depending on if they own the property and they are if they are
They-
nonprofit and tax exempt, then that property would be adjusted to a taxable value of 0, which then it would not pay.
That would make a huge difference to the Schmid.
Has the
So-
purchase already occurred?
Yes. And-
So it's
and
probably on the
CVS
assessor's website.
owned the building, and CVS also owns this health clinic. So.
Oh, they own it?
Yeah, they own it.
So they might not be nonprofit.
So if
then.
if
Well,
they
they're
continue to
different.
own it, then then the nonprofit is leasing it, so then it would still be on the tax roll.
I think two companies, one company owns CVS, and they own this clinic.
Oh. Well, we can look in,
I-
we
we
can
can
dig
look
I
at-
into
yeah.
it.
don't,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
We'll look into that just to see
I'll
how
look
that's
at the
affecting it, but
assessors page. I
it,
don't think ownership has changed.
okay, if the ownership hasn't changed, it would not change the SMID piece of it, or our tax on it as well, because if it went to tax exempt ownership, then it would affect our taxes on it as well.
It has not transferred.
Did you look it up?
Yeah. Same owner, CVS Caremark since 2016. I mean, it's a different name that owns it, but
But it's all,
Part of CVS.
it's part of
Yeah.
CVS.
Okay.
So that shouldn't affect the SMID rate on that property.
Because they've got another one over on
Oh.
Laurel Hay. Or somewhere. No, there's a ribbon cutting over on the south side. I guess.
So as we go into the downtown budget, this was submitted from the downtown SMID. This shows what their amended 24 looks like and their recommended 25. This shows all the different revenue sources that they have and the different expense categories that they use. As you can kind of see that this has some usage of their fund balance in 24 and 25 of just over 325,000. It still ends their 25 estimated at still over 2.5 million that they would have in cash or fund balance.
Nick, on general program expense, special project contract support, D line, so they're paying into the D line, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. 50,000.
Okay, and so what about Brenton Skating Plaza, which I think is now City Parks and Rec? I don't quite,
So that was a shared obligation in the past. I'd have to see if it continues. I think they pulled out of that contribution. Yes, they did.
they did, but so that's just probably
Historical.
adjustment in the, a description, but.
Yeah.
But there aren't dollars going to
In the-
Brenton Skating.
Was it in the current year? I think they still are.
But they got.
Actually, no, I
No,
think
it
it was
isn't.
last year would
Okay.
have been the.
But they've still got it.
So we'll have to communicate with them to
So,
update
and-
the description.
Refresh my memory what DTM means in expenses.
Oh, the management fee? You mean the DT?
Under expenses, DTM.
I think it's downtown maintenance.
that's,
That's what you were talking.
Oh, okay.
Or are you talking about the DT DSM?
Well, I know it says DTM,
Oh,
expenses.
I think it's downtown maintenance expenses. Which,
Downtown maintenance expenses, okay.
Okay. Ambassadors
It's-
off-duty, outside of, so we have off-duty
So
officers.
it's a unique, where they provide maintenance of downtown public parks and public spaces, principal, Riverwalk, the John and Mary Papa John Sculpture Park, Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway, East Locust Street, and more, as well as work goes beyond the safe and cleaning services, which is the turf irrigation, sidewalk trail, plant bed maintenance, and different utilities.
All right, and other support clean and safe, I get what crow control is. Those are like the broadcast to keep the crows out. FM. Oh, farmer's market, must be farmer's market, is that what that is? Okay, got it, okay.
So I do read this as off-duty officers outside of the court district program.
Yes, so they have at times paid for off-duty police officers.
Do we know, is that just for special events? Is that on a regular occurrence? Is that just for farmer's market? I mean, what is that for? Do we know? Or-
I'd have to double check, but my understanding would be mostly events
Okay.
That's how I
that occur
understood it as well.
downtown.
I'd be interested to know what exactly,
Yeah, we can.
how many hours they have budgeted in there and for what's their duties and.
And is that an expense that should be a different department at the partnership and not this department?
Okay.
I mean, if you're right that it's events.
Right.
As we move to Ingersoll Grand, this is one where the fund balances is one where we're trying to watch closely as we can see that they're operating at a shortfall or loss each year with the additional planners and different things like that. I know that they are looking at creating a 501c3 nonprofit organization and having the administrative costs being shared between that 501c3 for some of the additional work that they would have the administrative, the director kind of doing costs that would allocate to that 501c3, which would make this more in line to be able to be not operating at a loss between each year.
How many years have they been operating at a loss?
I'd have to go back and look, but I believe that it is more just a recent, within the last, I think 23 might have been the first time showing a loss or a significant loss. Because as the additional planners have come online as well, their maintenance has been going up as well. So that was kind of that transition there was kind of happening as well.
So if it continues to operate under a loss, is that going to have us starting to maintain it at that point if they're not able to be sustainable?
I think we'd have to have that discussion as far as what their rate is and if there's any way to garner more revenue through the SMIT itself.
Or they'd have to basically have their maintenance level be decreased to be able to make it as not have a loss.
Yeah, but we continue to add more stuff for them
Yeah,
to maintain.
I think in talking with them, I think there's some on how they're going to have to modify and not maybe have as much planters and things going forward, because they've added a ton of plantings,
Yeah,
and a lot of maintenance is needed to clean out.
Yeah. On a continuous basis. I mean, you can't just ignore them or they'll just look bad.
Right.
Okay. I would say a good sign there is they have a big chunk of their budget that they raise, for their special events.
Yeah.
Outside of the Schmidt fee.
I mean, there were definite impacts. I mean, they weren't able to do Ingersoll Live during the pandemic, and that's come back at this point. And I think some of the maintenance costs, there's some new pieces, but it's also just in terms of.
The last couple of years.
Right. So it's something that they'll, I think, continue to monitor. And then there's new value coming on there's significant new value that's coming on in that Schmidt as the hotel gets renovated, as the Star Lofts come online. I mean, there's significant new value in that area that will also impact what this looks like.
Nick, it might be helpful to actually provide to council the 23 finals.
Yeah, we'll do the 22
Because
and
these are
23.
still estimates even on the 24, so.
Yep.
Does abatement get blanketed with Schmidt fees? Like if property's abated?
Yeah, so understand in the process, abatement is the first decision. If there's an abatement granted, then none of the taxing authorities get access to that.
Including the Schmidt.
Including Smiths,
Including Schmidt,
correct.
yep.
Yeah, so some of that new development will be pushed off some. but-
Right.
And the multifamily, that's residential,
That does not, that doesn't get charged unless there's a
Unless it's a
historic
historic-
nature,
unless
which
it's a
this is not.
historic-
which.
It's not Ingersoll.
The new,
Yep.
project there. then
So
it's
it's
not
just
where
the
gas
commercial,
station was.
yeah, it's just the commercial properties that pay in the
It
Smith.
does have some retail. That's good.
And when we say historic for the residential, it has to be designated as such, so it's a huge process. So, yeah,
It's primarily just Sherman Hills.
The last SMID that we have to cover is the Southwest 9th corridor. This one kind of shows again, the 24 and 25 has the beginning balance of just over 48,000, and through the 2-year window has that 66 as the ending balance. So it is showing that they actually are running at a little bit of a surplus with the current budget that they submitted.
If we have questions about Schmidt, what department handles it? Is that neighborhood? That's
It is
my-
development services, and we actually have Mike Ludwig right behind me as well as.
Okay.
We go back,
Yeah,
can
absolutely.
you go back to one slide? So what is the special projects? Did they specifically list the special projects and node improvements of what was granted for that dollar amount, or they just listed as a kind of a bulk number in there?
This is one where they talk about the two biggest projects to date include the node development and the facade improvement grant program. But they earmark it for different projects that come up as well, because they have to have a budget allocation for that.
But do they give you a list of
Actual projects.
the actual projects that this dollar amount was spent on, and which properties got the grant, the facade improvement, and got what did they do on the nodes? Do we have that?
I'm not sure if it's submitted to finance or if it's submitted to development services or not. Are you aware of that?
I think it goes through finance.
Yep.
Because they're not, they have an operating agreement with the city.
Come on up, Mike. Thank you.
They have an operating agreement with the city as far as, and it has all their reporting requirements in there. For example, in Ingersoll, they're independently audited. Some of the other SMIDs are then audited by the city as
Yep.
part of our maintenance on those.
And Southwest Ninth's audited by the city?
I believe it is, yes, because we just extended that operating agreement with them just this past fall.
Yep.
And there was
Okay.
discussion about them going on their own, and they decided that they were going to be audited as part of, I believe, the city's program.
Who oversees that for Southwest Ninth then? Who oversees?
Well, I know that a couple of them had dropped off, the Friends of the Park, or Friends of Southwest Ninth, that have been there. I think Bill Hansen's probably the administrator. But I know like Bill Barber has left, Michael Morrow has left. They've resigned from that board. And my understanding was that they were having a difficult time doing the facade improvements. That's why I wondered, where were these dollars spent at?
We don't get that specific report for where those dollars are spent to.
Can we ask
can
for it?
request for it, yes, but we don't actually get the submission of that.
Well, if we're
With
the
them, with-
auditor, we probably should ask for that.
Yes, but when they were currently in their audit, that was not handled by us, and we will have to transition this
They're
to be an
transitioning
internal,
into it.
where we will be looking at them as we pay it versus as an annual report that was required.
And they
So-
used to get a grant through the county for the facade improvement, and I'm not sure if they're getting that anymore but I knew that's how the facade improvement started, was through a grant through Polk County.
So that's something we can just, I can look into further then?
Yeah, we can go back in time as well of what was completed, and then also I heard a question about what are they looking at for projects moving forward in
Yeah.
the next couple. So we'll get both.
Yep.
We'll ask for both.
We need to know that. And it specifically node improvements. What it,
That's 54 and 57.
yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, in their plan that they did for the corridor, it identified those
Yep.
major nodes along Southwest Ninth where they were focusing at least, and that Bell Plaza was one of the first.
But they completed the Bell Plaza, but no other node improvements have been done. That's why I'm asking. I was part of that original, study that we did for over a year. I just haven't seen a lot of the improvements, and when I see this on their
Right.
budget, I'm sure they've done something. I just want to know what it is.
Yeah, we'll get that information from them.
Thanks.
Any other questions on the SMID? Okay.
What's up next?
The fun stuff.
So since we are kind of moving at a faster pace, I need to take a little bit of break to get to the right slide because we're going to pull up operations instead of going into the CIP. The engineering department is prepared to talk at 1, so I need to pull operations up instead of CIP.
So if it's okay, we'll continue because I've got a few
That's fine.
comments as you're pulling that up. So yeah, we've asked the departments to be available. What would have been this afternoon, we've alerted them to the change in schedule. So if they're not here when there's specific questions, we can
So we'll
bring
just
them back. So let me talk through the operating budget for a minute, because we purposely came to you a couple weeks ago to isolate the discussion on property taxes because it was such a big change. There was so much complexity to that, and I appreciate allowing us to bring that to you because it's more than just a one-year fiscal year 25 budget impact. Hopefully, one of the takeaways that you got from that conversation is that the property tax system will look very different moving forward than what it has in the past, and it will require changes somewhat on a rotating basis every other year with the way the system has been built, adding in complexities that we talked about. So because of that, we already knew that there were challenges for this fiscal year 25 general fund operational budget, as well as the CIP. We'll get into that this afternoon. And because of that, we went into the process last fall knowing that we were going to have very limited opportunities to continue to grow the operations, and understand that, as you've heard in these presentations with our utilities and other enterprise funds, we are still a growing community. Year to year, based on how much apartment complexes versus single-family homes get built, we may grow anywhere from 400 or 500 to closer to 1,000 in population. We have a special census, for instance, that we're looking at doing later in this year, possibly early calendar year 25, that will reflect some of that growth in certain neighborhoods across our community. So again, we are still a growing community, which then with service levels that we provide, which I will tell you is still well above 200 different services that the city provides our residents and businesses, those demands continue to increase. No surprise to this group or to the public that may be listening, your city government, Des Moines, the city of Des Moines, is being asked to be more participatory in social needs across the spectrum. And so we find ourselves, and including this budget, trying to assist other nonprofits and partners that may involve, in some cases, other governments, but for the most part, private nonprofits that are struggling as well. We were able to address some of those issues with ARPA funding the last 2 cycles. You will see in this conversation today with our operating budget that we do have some ARPA funds that flow through the general fund that we will need to use for our own operations. But we are able to keep our commitments that we had with the ARPA discussions with our partners. We just had to find different ways to get those commitments made, whether that's issuing some debt or other arrangements. You'll see those details in this presentation as well. You're welcome to ask questions. Again, this is the first opportunity for you and the public to see the full documents. So this is still an ongoing process. This is the city manager's recommendation. I expect us over the next several weeks to continue having conversations as you dig into the documents further, as your constituencies come to you with questions. Obviously, I'll say it anyway, obviously, not everything that's been requested was able to get added. I would expect us over the next several weeks to have many conversations about why that was, the struggles that we may have in adding any new obligations. There will be continued input from the public allowed as well. I will make myself available to individual groups and partners that we have in different areas of our operations, if that is helpful to you. The desire that finance and myself have had for years is to do multi-year budgeting. We've been able to do that at times when we have a good understanding of what maybe a 2 or even 3-year revenue stream looks like. Unfortunately, we are not in that position today to be able to give you good projections as what the next year and the year following that even may look like. Reminding everyone, especially those listening in, that this budget that you see in front of you doesn't even start until July 1st of later this year and needs to be funded all the way through June 30th of next year. That's why we call it the fiscal year 25 budget, because it finishes up in June of 25. And so there are a lot of variables, actually thousands of variables that need to go into each annual budget. The changes that have been made and are still being discussed up at the Capitol have a very huge impact and a compounding effect that do not give me comfort in trying to do a 2-year budget this cycle. That should not be terribly surprising. However, we also cannot wait until a year from now to to solve the magnitude of what could be waiting for us, depending again on decisions that have not been finalized up at the state. And because of that, I'm going to ask for a new process in that we would come back to you much earlier with the next budget cycle. So as you're hearing about this fiscal year 25 budget, which is really very status quo, it is very, in fact, it's the closest budget to the previous year as far as staffing and service levels that we've had possibly since I've been here. We've been able to grow the last few years. Prior to that, we actually had to shrink with the economic issues, you'll recall, from 10, 12 years ago. So with a very vanilla looking, similar to what we had before budget, this cycle is not horribly bad or horribly changing. But we know that the revenues are becoming more challenging. So I'm going to ask that you, as you look at these numbers, know that we have a solution for you in the fiscal year 25 budget, but that we're going to need to come back, I'm going to suggest in about 6 months, late summer, to actually start the conversation. Actually, not even wait till then, but to be able to present to you 6 months from now how we would address long-term the challenges that we have under the new property tax system. Does that make sense at this point? So we want to present to you today what the balanced budget looks like being recommended for 25 with the understanding that it will get more challenging moving forward from there, and we're going to need to touch base with you in these type of conversations more frequently, probably on a 6-month basis at that point.
Just a real quick synopsis in case people that are watching didn't get our budget or other information. What is this, a quick synopsis of the change of the property tax law that has been implemented, has done to cities like ours, or like all cities, actually?
Yep. So if they went back, I'm going to ask for the exact date, February 5th. Yes, 5th.
Yeah, 5th, yes.
The morning of February 5th, you would find on our website, the city's website, the video and the recording of that conversation. So I'd strongly suggest for those that are interested in the public to actually watch that, and feel free to contact finance or city manager's office if you have questions. The very high level is that in the current budget cycle that was approved just in March, not quite a year ago, we took over a $3 million hit with some of the changes that were made at that point in time when our budget was already prepared and ready for approval. And I start there because all of the impacts have been compounding. And so the changes then that were made even after that impacted us this year had an impact of several $1 million beyond that yet. Essentially, at the highest level, had those changes not been made at the state, we would have been allowed to grow this budget we're talking about at 4%. On our general fund operations. The new system reduced that to 2%, on top of that $3 million a year hit that continues throughout. So the compounding effect, rough numbers, we thought was $12 million of all the other legislative changes that have occurred in the last 10 years. Almost all have been detrimental in generating revenues. So meanwhile,
To just cities of our size, or
No.
cities across the board, county
cities.
seat towns and everyone else?
the impacts were to all communities, but at different levels, different percentages. For instance, one of the elements is that commercial valuation is taxed at nearly all of the market value of a commercial property. So their taxable amount is between 80 and 90%, based on how you calculate it. Residential property is taxed at less than half of the market value of the homes. They have now changed it such, for their wisdom, the first $150,000 of valuation for a commercial property, a business property, now gets that same benefit as residential and is only taxed at about half. It's 46?
46 in this 25.
46% in this cycle. So there is a huge reduction in what you can tax on commercial properties, especially if they're not valued highly. I mean, what you would think typical rural Iowa would have in a town square scenario. So I've seen numbers. I apologize, I don't have them in front of me. I can get those and share those with you from the League of Cities. But there are several hundred communities that are experiencing reductions in their valuations, total valuations, 2 years in a row. And so I know that there are hundreds of smaller communities across Iowa that are dealing with yet a second year of reduced valuations based on the changes just from the last 2 years that have been made.
Taxable valuations.
Total taxable valuation reduction. So if they've kept their tax rate the same as we have, the total dollars we're collecting on property taxes actually went down.
Oh.
And we're allowed to recover that in what should be a good year in this cycle that we're presenting to you with only a 2% growth.
So the 4% that we had.
The 4% that we experienced and the norm of 4 to 8% in some cases.
In a
because
reassessment year.
In a
Yeah.
good year. And for what you all are very aware with your constituency is that the market values of homes went up significantly. And yet the actual dollars we're going to be collecting saw a 1% decrease the current year and a 2% increase on this particular operations and levy. And so we have a lot of work.
Misery loves company, I guess.
Right.
What was the $3 million?
Yeah. So the $3 million hit that was in March of this previous year.
Yeah.
Involved the way they calculated the residential rollback, and they decided it needed to be recalculated at a lower number. And
that
so
was-
they
and
had
that was
provided,
from- They basically took the multi-residential.
which
and
is
had-
apartment buildings.
Which is
for those
apartment
listening.
buildings. So they basically had that a part of the calculation of the rollback for residential, and it was determined that the legislation didn't want that to be a part of the calculation, and so they redid the calculation without that as a part of it, which basically dropped that growth,
Yeah.
that
So
change.
winding the clock back, in October of '22, they would have provided us that rollback at the level we thought and historically made sense.
Which was 56.
Which was 56 at the time, but then several months later, after we had already produced our budgets, had not gotten them approved yet, but we're ready for this conversation like we're having today, a year ago, was ready for that, and they decided they needed to recalculate, and they dropped it significantly, the residential
It went down to
rollback.
54, which was at.
And I understand, I mean, yes, the rollback saved homeowners dollars, but their values went up so much, everybody's still paying more in taxes.
No, I want to be very clear about this. The actual amount that people paid for city taxes in total went down
In 24, yeah.
in
it
the
did.
current year. And we're only allowed for the 810 levy, which is our general operating levy, to grow and recover from that at 2%.
Yeah, we can only do two by
Even-
law.
Right.
But
By
we
law.
should, if it was not changed, we would be at 4%
Correct. Right.
if the law had not changed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So in the past, we did, and we covered this on the 5th, where we have now two different things that we're looking at are taxable valuation growth on operations, but then also what our revenue growth possibility is, which we'll see in two different slides that in the past, they were the exact same thing, and now we actually have two different numbers that we have to kind of track and determine. during our budget process.
So the formula decreases at 2%. Doesn't matter if it goes up 10%, then it goes down 8, or how's it work?
No, so the way it kind of works today is if it's under 3%, it doesn't get touched at all. If it's
Okay.
from 3% to 6%, it's kind of trimmed at about 2% because it's kind of a weird calculation. Like ours is, we grew at basically 4.1, and we were limited by down to only a 2.06. So it was a little bit more than 2% for us based off of how the calculation actually comes
Okay.
out. But if you're over 6% growth, then it's a trimming factor of about 3%. So if you were at 10, like you said, it would actually be trimmed to about 3% lower or 7.
Okay.
Fast-growing cities
Right.
are fine,
Yeah, they're solid. Yeah.
but for cities like I consider it a tax on being cool. Because if we invest in our city, make it more valuable, and people want to pay more to be here, we get no return on that investment. We might as well stop, like, I'm not suggesting that we stop Invest
No.
ESM, but like, the whole idea of Invest ESM is how can we ratchet up
Yeah, right.
the value of our properties for our citizens? And now that really has no benefit. I mean, the whole thing is as
Sure.
stupid policy as you could create.
Well, it doesn't incentivize you to make the improvements to improve your city.
Right.
Whether it be house or commercial or any, it doesn't, in a long run, you still need to improve, but we're almost penalized for improving.
We are. We would have been better off at 2.9%.
Yeah.
Correct. So we are engaging in more educational material, not only for our legislators, especially rural legislators that have never lived in an urban setting, but also our own residents to understand that the way this system is now created, only in high growth areas is it sustainable. Because the rest of us are trying to survive in something in that 2% range on an annual basis. If you're fortunate, you might be in the high 2s. Again, for the public listening, the way the Iowa property system works, you can put cost of infrastructure and new construction into the purchase of anything that's been built recently, right? That makes sense. It's always easier to build in a new greenfield environment because you can ask the price of those buying to cover all that new infrastructure and whatever it is, the home or business that they're building. Once you've done that, however, you need to be able to have revenue from property taxes to maintain the public assets. And what you'll find is we're at a breaking point now where we don't have the ability to raise through property taxes enough revenue to maintain what has already been built. It's at a breaking point. That doesn't even address the fact that in long-term maintenance, you need to actually replace that infrastructure, much like we had the discussion this morning on utilities, but also streets are part of that. And so what the system now no longer addresses appropriately in Iowa is the ability to replace existing infrastructure in an area that already is fully developed. Therefore, you're going to spend the money to replace that infrastructure and get no new valuation, no new property taxes. And so we need to educate the public and our leaders of the state how the system needs to be created that can generate long-term sustainable revenues, maintaining and replacing the infrastructure, let alone the public safety and parks and rec and those things, but just the basics even.
But Scott, and I understand what you're saying, but we saw our property values increase in '23.
The market values.
What the assessor says, and then they did their rollback.
Correct.
But that tax levy for '23, '24 has not been set yet. So we don't know what that's going to be.
24, 25, you mean? The one we're talking about here?
We're talking about 24, 25. So fiscal year 24, we're
You're saying we
in.
haven't
But
paid
we
the
always
taxes
pay-
for those we
Yeah,
paid
we
in
always pay the
arrears.
taxes like a year behind.
Yeah, so what we're currently in today in fiscal year 2024, those were payments in September of 23 and March of 24. That was based off of 1/1/22 values.
Correct.
So we're working on the 25 budget, which is the 1/1/23 values, which is a reassessment year and did see increases. But with the increases, those, yes, the 100% assessed value of properties has to be within 95% and 105% of market rates.
Correct.
Okay. But based off of that, statewide, the rollback is calculated based off of only having a growth of 3% statewide. And so when we went from 24 rollback to 25 rollback, that 54 point something got dropped down to 46 point something. So we actually saw a 8%, one of the largest decreases in rollback that we've seen since like 78, I think. And so, yes, you saw an increase on the value of it, but you also saw a decrease in how the percentage of which is being taxed. So if you had a $100,000 home for this particular fiscal year and it's $100,000 next year, technically because of that decrease, it's almost a 15% decrease. Now, obviously a house that was $100,000 would increase, but we don't know what that increase could be, what that $100,000 actually was. But $100,000 value in the current fiscal year we're in versus $100,000 value in this upcoming fiscal year, because that change in rollback was actually a decrease of 15%. It's just, you almost have to have an increase of over 15%
To stay even.
just to pay the exact same taxes. So your $100,000 home would have to have been valued more than 115.
Well, even some of the fast-growing communities are having issues too, because they still have the growth they need to do and they can't afford. But they don't have as big an issue, I don't think.
So let me finish up here so I can let Nick dive into the presentation. I talked about a status quo. There was some headliners, if you will, on the high end of what did we have the ability to add. And that short list included the need to keep the Y Grub operational until we're ready to open up the new community recreation center on the north side of town, which is in 2026. So we have 2 years left of needing to keep the old building, which we own, operational for their use. We have funding in this budget for the Sobering Center that you'll hear about a little bit. The Animal Rescue League new building, which is providing awesome services. I think many of you were able to see that, but it does come at an additional cost. We do have just a handful of positions. We added an equity liaison working with public safety. We do need a couple building operators because we have 1,200 locusts and now, which will soon be under construction, the rec center. So again, this is a budget that doesn't even start till July. So there are additional costs for building that we need to have in there. 2 police officers to work downtown, and then an additional firefighter to work on eliminating the high volume users of EMS that then requires more cost to us. And I think that pretty much covers it within the most recent conversation that there is a $1.5 million contribution to DART. Now, we are able to do that, and it makes the most sense to do that in June, just a few months from now. So technically, that shows up as an amended 24 budget item, but it's for their use for services in fiscal year 25. those discussions included a $2 million commitment in the following year, but so you won't see that in this document. But there has been a commitment of $2 million discussed in fiscal year 26. Did I miss anything on the high level?
Not at the high level.
Then I'm going to let Nick take it from here. And again, as needed, we can pull in department directors.
Can I just ask about the police officers downtown? Are those
Yes.
just during the day, the two officers, are they working together? Or is it,
So-
7 days a week, 24 hours a day? I mean, I don't know how just two are.
No,
able to
so
do that.
understand it is literally two officers, so their time would be split, as I understand it, not at the same time, but there would be some overlap. But it needs to be flexible for
Okay.
what the needs are. So some of that is at the beginning of business hours, but some of it is at the end of the day, early evening as well. So I would ask that we remain flexible with the use. The budget just specifies the cost of 2 additional officers.
And that's separate from existing neighborhood-based service delivery officer
Yes.
assigned downtown, as well as skywalk officer. Like,
Those remain.
yes, these two are additive to those,
Right.
those pieces. That
And these are in here because we've had a couple officers off duty that have been doing this work, and so what we need to do is admit to ourselves that that needs to be embedded in our ongoing budget.
So Scott, we've had the foot patrol. Those are off-duty. Does that replace them? Or
Yes.
Is this the first step to replace?
This would, as soon as we can get it done, would replace them.
It makes them permanent, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It makes the foot patrol?
The 2 downtown.
Oh, so that's what we're not doing an additional 2 more. We're just approving kind of what we've already got right now
With the off-duty aspects, which
It
was
would
not
be 2
planned.
additional.
It was not, that off-duty was not planned for this budget.
right.
Yes. Now, if in discussions about the SMID and other needs in public safety downtown, we need to continue the off-duty in addition to, we can have those conversations. But at this point, it's intended to replace the 2 that are off-duties.
And these positions will be under the control of the police chief.
Correct.
We're not-
Scheduling.
It's not like they're part of Operation Downtown or anything like that.
No. We'll get input from them on where, would be helpful, but it will be completely under the control of the chief and his staff.
And if anything downtown, I would say we need to look at more outreach workers and how we tie in with dealing with some of the individuals that are downtown to get the help that they need. So if anything, I would say that, but that can be, have another discussion more on that Operation Downtown.
Nick, it's all yours.
Okay. So within this operating budget, we'll kind of talk about, obviously, the books that were released on 2/9, so those are on our website, that you can actually look at the PDF copies of those. It is a preliminary book as we go through this. As the budget alters and we go to approve the budget, we usually summarize the changes from these preliminary books when you guys approve the budget, so you guys can know what technically changed, and then we will create an approved CIP and operating budgets to be released as well. The topics that we're going to cover in this operation overview is going to be general fund operations, road use tax funds a little bit, and then local option a little bit as well. As we talk about the overall general fund, we have the commitment to maintaining the service levels that we have, kind of a status quo. We are going to be, the recommendation is to keep the total tax rate at the 1661. Our general fund levy did get adjusted down based off of that growth, but there is a specific cost or specific levies that we can increase to cover some additional costs that we're seeing on property insurance, and some additional employee benefits that would allow us to levy on for those very specific purposes. Some of the additional levels of services that are listed there are ones that Scott already talked about. So I'll kind of move on from there into some of the major service areas that the general fund covers. Obviously, library, police, development and inspections, and fire and parks and rec. I see that you guys have noticed I did throw a picture of you
Just
guys.
for the record, Carl fits in the slide. I didn't fit in the slide, just for clarity in that picture.
Are they laughing?
Yes, they're all laughing at it. Well, laughing at me, Carl, probably not.
That was in our Parks and Rec annual report, so I thought it would be well to bring it into this as well. In case it was
thanks.
missed, yes.
You might tell the register to use it as a file photo.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
But they don't know you don't fit.
Yeah, well, I don't fit.
So as we look at our general fund sources, so our revenues, as well as our uses, our expenses, you can see that over 50% of our revenue comes from property taxes. Beyond that, we've got our fees and charges for services, and then it goes into kind of other, which kind of deals with ROI and interest earnings, and then donations as well as in that other items. We also have the franchise fee, that's the 5% franchise fee that we have, and then the hotel motel, that 4%, that's the full 7% that is charged on the hotel rates. But the 2/7 goes to Bravo and 2/7 goes to CZB. Those expenses are reflected in the uses of funds under the contracted services of that 16%. Intergovernmental, the best way to think about that is government, other government, so different funds that we're either receiving from federal, state, county, that falls under that intergovernmental percentage. When we look at the uses, obviously the biggest component of uses is the salary and benefits of our employees. That's 75%. Again, contracted services, those are things that we're paying out to contractors that are doing services, but the largest items that we have in there again are the payments to the hotel motel of the 2/7 and 2/7, as well as vehicle replacement. Those are kind of the two largest pieces of the contracted services.
Is the franchise fee 5 or 6?
Our franchise fees is 5% on the bill, but it's 6% of the revenue in the fund. So yeah, that gets, okay. As we look at the revenues versus expenditures on a multi-year graph here, you can see that the grayish bar on the left is our total expenses, and then all the different revenue components as they broke out into the different years. As you can see from the fiscal year 23, we have a surplus. And then the plan is, and we'll kind of get this, so this was kind of the ARPA impact, where you see we had a large amount of ARPA funds coming in 23, and then the intention is we are using that surplus in the 24 recommended and the 25. And based off of our projections, obviously, we are needing to look at the 26 because our preliminary conservative numbers do show that shortfall as well in 26. So we're going to have conversations again within 6 months to how we want to approach or best way to approach that upcoming shortfall.
Wasn't the ARPA funds, what was the deadline for expending all those?
So they have to be, ARPA funds have to be committed by the end of this calendar year, so 2024, and have to be spent by 2026. And so I think we're in line to make sure we're in compliance with that. And so to not confuse the approved recommended budget, we all the ARPA funds that we have, we've included in the amended 24 so that when we compare our 25 recommended versus last year's 24 recommended, you're actually able to compare apples to apples, and ARPA is not kind of convoluting those numbers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. So the budget projection or the ARPA impact, when we're talking about our, a balanced budget, we're more looking at it as kind of a 3-year window because of that ARPA impact. So the 2023 budget, we had a surplus of 39.5 because some of those ARPA expenses are kind of showing up in 24, as well as we've had to do a one-time coverage in the 25 budget where ARPA is kind of covering some of those expenses. So it was planned for about 600,000 in 2025 for cure violence contribution. About 300,000 in 25 was going to be covered by ARPA. Same with the library outreach was about 300,000 as well. So we were into that, but an additional 4 million it needed to be carried and covered in the 25 budget. So when you look at them as a 3-year window, it is still a positive 1.5 over the course of those 3 years. So on average, about $500,000 a year in that 3-year window. So as we look at more specifically the major general fund revenues, you can see the biggest taxable valuations is the driver for property taxes, franchise fee, hotel, motel. Those are kind of the normal annual fees that we're looking at. We're going to go into a little bit more detail in each one of those kind of categories. Kind of as I alluded to earlier, we kind of have to look at 2 different changes now when it comes to taxable valuations as well as the general levy revenues that we have, or what we used to reference as our 810 levy, because with House File 718, it's now in this 25 budget, it got adjusted the 810 down to 794,118. And so this shows what our taxable valuation grew over that 10-year window. We had basically no growth from 25 to 26. That's why you only see that 0.01 as that first year in that 10-year window. But when you look at our taxable valuation, we average about 3.5 growth every over annualized average. And so that's kind of where that bar looks. So if we were to grow at that 3.5, you can see that that would be trimming at that level of trimming. So in this history, you can kind of see we've always kind of looked at that 2-year budget as and that reassessment would normally be a little bit higher than what we need, but now we have to kind of think about it a little bit different. And if you look at this next slide, you can see that I'm going to kind of click back and forth so you can kind of see this. But the numbers, all the prior to fiscal year 2023, or the 1/1/23 or fiscal year 25, all of those peaks prior to that are the same. Peaks and valleys are the same, except for this one, it got trimmed down to that 2.06. So it's one where we're going to have to track both in our discussions of the budget. When we look at the other thing I wanted to kind of talk about for this consolidated general fund levy as well is because we had that negative 1% in the current fiscal we're in and a 2% growth in 25, that's only an average of 0.5% when you add just the last 2 years. The budget year we're talking about and the budget year we're in, that's an average of 0.5% in a year. When we go to franchise fee, this is one where it is very dependent on weather. It's completely weather related because of the gas and electric, where you kind of see if it's a strong winter, you've got the heaters running, if it's hot. So it's one where we try to be somewhat conservative in our numbers, but We do see, we've had a couple years of that 14, so we kind of moved it up a bit from the about 13 up to the 14 in this recommended budget.
How many other communities have franchise fee on gas and electric?
Across Iowa.
Or just, I mean,
At least in
around,
our region.
in our region? Do you know?
4 or 5 others.
4 or 5 others, but it can vary anywhere from 1 to 5%.
Yeah, you can
I
pick
don't
whatever
know.
percent.
Who's the list of that, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see who has that.
Yeah, I used to,
Ankeny did it in the last couple of years.
But they're
Yeah.
still at 6% sales tax, right?
Yes.
they don't have local option, but they have the franchise. Yep. They added the
There is
franchise.
discussion.
And their levy is,
Yeah, what is their property tax levy? It's not 16.
10 or
10,
10
yeah.
10-ish.
I actually have.
More than half of ours,
Yeah.
but close to half.
It's property tax.
And they don't have a sewer fee.
I was
or-
going to say they have sewer, stormwater.
No,
No, they don't have any of those
No.
fees,
no.
correct?
They have sewer.
Yeah.
Have to.
Yeah,
Okay.
they have sewers.
They have a sewer fee on their,
Their solid waste is still
Private.
an individual
It's all private.
household decision. So it's not government run. They have to go contract.
They have to contract out
contract
the
with-
solid waste.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like-
outside so they don't have that utility, but they do have their sanitary and storm.
Windsor, excuse me, Windsor Heights has a 5% residential and 3% for businesses for gas and electric. Clive has 3% for gas and electric. Cedar Rapids has 3% for gas and electric. So I would say this list, there's 200 some communities across Iowa that do have a franchise fee, and we can share that with you as well.
Okay.
As we look at hotel motel tax, again, this is the full 7%. We only retain 3 of the 7%, but you can kind of see, obviously, as similar to parking, the COVID effect that we had here did have 2021 as all the way down to 4 million. We have seen a kind of resurgence beyond what we were prior to COVID. And so based off of what we've seen so far in the current amended 24 of the couple quarters we've received, we're kind of pushing up to that 10 million mark over the next couple of years is what we think we'll be sitting at.
And that's the maximum legislatively that we can do is the 7%.
Is at 7%. Yep, and it's been that way for, a long time.
And there's no other fees that we can put on there ourselves on any hotel motel without any legislative changes, whether it be
Correct.
for whatever.
Wasn't that one of the,
That was one that they were talking about, I think, last year, but it didn't.
yeah, for DART, that was one of the solutions was to add to that.
And there was also some other, being able to do additional sales tax type hotel tax in a certain area they were talking about at some point too, but it didn't
So
move
would-
forward.
Like if you go to Iowa City, they're under the same law, but I believe that they're able to charge an additional fee for like an entertainment type deal that's on their hotel or motel?
So the establishments are always able to charge more. So government-owned facilities like
our
Hilton right here does have an additional charge that they charge, but not our private.
makes it look like a tax, but it's just something the property's adding to it.
Yeah. So that's always their choice
Okay,
as the property owners.
okay.
As we look at the major expenses, again, the salaries and benefits is the largest component to that. As we go in to look at the salary and benefits, this does give you some historical actuals versus projected. This is one where, we've seen costs of salary and benefits go up with inflation and everything. As we look at it a little bit differently, not personnel versus the contracted services, but look at the total expenses by department. You can see by department, our public safety represents about 54%. And yes, I know the number doesn't quite, if you look at police and fire, these are rounded. When you add them together, it rounds up to 54%. It's a little that one thing that I want to point out from a change from last year is we've had some positions go from public safety out of police and fire into IT. So we've had kind of a shift a little bit of about 5 positions or about $1 million go from police fire specifically into IT, which is admin services instead of that. So that's the reason why that percentage moved a little bit differently than prior years. Moving on to road use tax funds. This kind of breaks out between the revenues and the expenses. As you can see, 92% of the revenue is coming from the road use tax. That's based off of population numbers and what gas tax is being paid, registration, and then they've also incorporated a fee on electric type stuff as well. So that's kind of going into the pot of money of road use tax, and then it gets distributed statewide based off of population numbers. From the uses of funds, you can see street maintenance is the biggest component with 46%. And then the transfers that we have is the next largest. That's transfers into things like CIP, debt service, different things like that. So that's kind of the bigger component of that, because some of the bond issuances that we're issuing of geo debt, road use pays some of the principal and interest payments as well through those transfers. Equipment replacement, again, they're on an allocation as well, where we're transferring into our internal service funds to be able to do those vehicle equipment purchases.
And is the street lighting, is that for paying for the electricity that we use?
Yes, I believe it's the maintenance and.
Because Mid-American puts the poles in.
It depends on if it's the standard street poles or if it's specific street poles. There's where if it's not the standard street pole, the street lighting, it's on the city's cost, as well as the operational fee of the the
Okay.
So
some of them downtown and like along the port, or
So
towards
those-
the botanical garden.
yeah, if it's not their standard lighting, it's on us.
But for the standard lighting, does Mid-Am own the light poles and then charge us for the electrical use? Is that contracted? Does that show up some other place?
My understanding, that is how it works.
Yeah, yeah. We can confirm that, but that's how I believe it works.
I know when the bridges was built, I know Hubble had to pay for some of those light poles.
But some of those were custom.
So they're not their standard that Mid-American puts in everywhere?
The streetscape special stuff and.
Yeah, their
But
light
as-
poles could be wooden.
But somebody can check, but as I recall, Hubble, because we wanted some things extra, and Hubble said, well, you'd have to look into it.
So it would be interesting to see how those electrical uses for the street lights that are now converted to LED, how that
affected the utility cost of it.
What we pay, so.
Okay. We'll try and get you
So
some.
we need to convert more. They're about all done, converting over.
I think I was going to say, I think we're almost through all of the conversions.
Other than some of their approval, that they have
Have to then,
their good bulbs, they have to switch out some of the bulbs or something. No. Yeah, exactly.
as we look at the
Kinda like
road use
buses.
tax revenue, some history numbers and what we are budgeting. So you can kind of see that that varies from year to year. They might have some additional funding. That's kind of why we have that peak in 2021. There was additional funding that the state that allocated to us. Our 24 number and 25 number that we have there is based off of kind of what we're seeing in 24, as well as what the state gives us as an estimator to use for number of the dollar per resident. So we might see that creep up of when we actually see the actuals, but that's based off of the information that the state gave us as estimators. As we go into local option sales and service tax, this is a breakout of the non-property tax relief portion, the other 50%. As you can kind of see, this varies from year to year depending on some of the different programs we're working on. For 2025, one of the significant increases that we'll highlight in an additional slide is some additional public safety expenditures that are in the 25 budget. So as we break into this more specifically, the property tax relief, so the debt service is transfers to cover principal and interest payments that we've taken on in that. So it's based off of the cash that we receive, we transfer that out. And so we are currently budgeting 56 million for the 25 budget as to what we think our local option would be as of today. That is our estimate. As we go into street improvements and flood prevention, these are, cash for projects, the local option going into those specific projects specifically. And then the stormwater projects, again, is a $1 million transfer to the general fund for basically the general fund lent $9 million of cash to do stormwater projects right away, and this local option is paying that back. Flood mitigation, the flood prevention property buyouts, that's an annual allocation. That's one that has that designated amount. If it's not spent in that particular year, we hold that from year to year to when we can actually purchase homes in the floodplain. If there isn't a project within like stormwater to do that, as those properties come available, we also have this funding to be able to do that.
And so you're estimating 56 million.
For fiscal year 25, yes, currently, yep.
And 23 was what?
Actuals, was that the last year that we had a goofy? I think we were at about 59. And the reason why is it was still a reconciliation item from 24. From 22.
Yeah.
Fiscal year 24 was the first year that they're actually changed the way that they're distributing those funds. They are actually basing it off of the prior month's actual is what they're kicking out based off the calculation. Prior to that, they used to just do estimated monthlies throughout the 12 months, and then there was a reconciliation in November, which kind of threw off our numbers based off of different things that they've messed up. So 59, I was right. The prior to that was very large because they miscalculated and misestimated by almost 20 million in a prior year. So they're trying to work out kinks on that system.
But if it's more, then it goes in the reserve, or what do we do?
So basically, yeah.
Still split 50/50.
It's still split 50/50, so
Right.
no matter what comes in, that debt, the property tax relief gets transferred based off of what we truly receive. The other items, that would be, what we have in 2025 is actually a use of reserve planned, so we're actually going to use up some of the reserves we have based off of the recommended budget. So if it comes in better, it may not use as much of reserves in 2025.
Okay.
Mick, what's the, so the neighborhood matching grant?
Okay, so, okay. I just didn't know which slide you wanted.
Oh,
to-
yeah.
okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm on this one. Are
You're
you
on the next one?
too,
Okay.
or-
Yeah, I just clicked to it.
Okay. So this is the block challenge grants, and it's going down from 700,000 to 200,000?
Yes, Scott, I don't know if you wanted to kind of talk about that.
I can.
Okay.
So yes, that was based on the conversation that we had in work session, that there was only one neighborhood that was in the lower income category. And so this reflects back to 200,000, and that there will be a challenge to find neighborhoods in low-income areas that are wanting to participate.
Well,
And so this 200,000 would be a challenge, again, to
To
find.
get rid of.
So this is
but I thought I thought they had quite a few neighborhood teams in what they identified as low and moderate income. So you're cutting out the moderate income neighborhoods?
So this is the total amount for our block challenge grant,
That's the total amount. That would
is
be
what was originally planned, but we had gotten extra funding because so many people had applied.
right, in the prior year, in '23 even. So we put more money in '23 and '24 to get the inventory taken care of those that had applied. And now we're looking at new applicants, and we know from what we received in the last batch that it's going to be very difficult to find 100,000, half of that amount, in low-income neighborhoods.
But a lot of the neighborhoods that are applying, if you're even in the moderate end, I mean, I wouldn't consider them,
So we don't have more than just two categories. It's either low mod as one category,
oh, because low
or
mod.
non
Okay.
in the others. So yeah, this is recognizing that this program needs to be cut back, or we need to rethink, are we going to allow most, if almost all, the money to go into neighborhoods that are not considered low mod? And that's not for something we have to do today, but understand that that is a tipping point that we've reached with this program.
And then the neighborhood association grants, I know there's some neighborhoods that have never gotten the grant. I know there's some neighborhoods that have combined since we've set out 52.
So there is different requirements that they have to meet to be able to get that 1,000. So they have to have, I think they have to be a.
Bank account?
They have to have a bank account. They have to be an official 501c3.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And
But what happens if, like, some of these aren't going to take this money? And we don't have 52 neighborhood associations anymore.
So there was a plan.
I
that
combined
had-
4 of them.
Right.
Plan
Yeah,
for
there's
more.
less.
If they merged, I thought they got more.
She had a plan.
Only the first year, I thought. Or
I don't
are they
know.
getting
We can
more?
see.
And then we're asking them to give back that money to buy a trailer, a party trailer, which I thought.
So that was where the excess was looking to be spent as well. So we can bring back that presentation, because I don't recall it entirely.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that.
Because there should be $4,000 or $5,000.
There should be, and
Unidentified.
once again, we do have a neighborhood association that I know is not recognized, and I probably sound like a broken record, but there should be a way that, I mean, they have equally amount of care for their neighborhood, people that participate in their neighborhood association meeting, and I understand they're not the recognized neighborhood association, but we need to figure out a way, and I don't know how we change it in the bylaws.
Fairgrounds?
Yeah, I mean, there's,
Love those
I mean, they both do a great job, but, you know, we can't get them to join along, I guess, but we need to figure out a way.
Why can't we change things and
I think-
recognize them?
Yeah.
I think that's something we can talk about, because I think basically what the initial, why they didn't have a separate designation, they're not part of that group necessarily anymore, so I think we just need to review that
Okay.
and say what is the
I'd like-
change that we need to make.
I'd like to review that before this budget
Okay.
and get them part of this grant process.
Yeah, and that's a small enough number.
Yeah, it's
We
not
can
like
do it
it's-
ASAP.
Okay, great.
But I wouldn't let that hold anything up.
Okay.
I do think I'm 100% with you.
Yep.
I also think we have to be careful. This is a group that's invited
Right.
their whole neighborhood for a decade or two. We don't want to have a slippery slope where 50 groups say, well, I'm kind of a neighborhood too.
You're right.
Exactly.
And
They
So,
were the original
Right.
neighborhood, and then due to politics, they got taken away.
yeah, I'm not, yeah.
Okay, we can review that. Let's keep
Right,
going.
okay.
It's down. Well,
Okay,
So
well,
some-
we're going to get that taken care of this year, though.
So some of the other
Good
things that I wanted to kind of point out with like Blitz on Blight funding, this is just the local option piece of it. So we also do bond issuances as well to cover some of that cost. So that's just the local option piece of that. Some of the other things, the Sobering Center shows up here as a local option, coverage of cost. Some of the, you'll see the huge number change within the parks capital projects as well. That's kind of a shift because they've got a lot of ARPA funding as well, or general fund made possible by ARPA. So that's kind of some of the changes that we're seeing in some of those neighborhood improvement numbers.
Well, I don't know if you want to talk about the park projects or until we get to the CIP, but if you want to wait, but there is one particular park that you have zero funding in there. We can chat about that either now, or we can chat about that.
That'd be
More
best
on
in
the
CIP.
And the CIP.
Okay. But I don't know where you're going to, whether, I don't want it taken away from someone else's park. I want to figure out how to make it maybe out of this.
We'll just talk about
We'll
that.
have to talk
Okay.
about that with the CIP project.
Nick, so the Sobering Center contribution, this is for the build-out, but not for the staffing?
No, this is the operational contribution.
Operational, okay.
They're anticipating an August-ish
Okay.
opening.
All right, so that would be ongoing.
Yes,
If,
unfortunately.
okay. Or fortunately, because we have it, yeah, so.
That's a good thing.
As we look at the public safety improvements and expenditures, one thing you'll see as a kind of a bigger change is to kind of help solve the general fund piece, we now have police officer positions being covered in local option as well. So this covers 19 firefighters as well as 19 police officers, as well as our mobile crisis services through Broadlawn's agreement that we have. And then we also have the additional dispatcher positions and equity liaison, and then also some police and fire safety equipment for 2025. That's mainly the police worn camera system that we have.
Is that equity liaison in the dispatch department?
The police department. And
No,
fire.
it's within our equity office in the CMO.
Why isn't it listed differently then? Why is it listed with that same category?
Because we just, for purposes of reporting, we
They're
those are just
dedicated
additional,
to
they're dedicated positions
public
just for public safety.
Okay.
Because that's kind of like the dispatcher and the equity liaison kind of touches on both police and fire, and so we kind of have those positions together. If we see more positions that fall under that category, we might break them out, but at this time, there was just the two, so instead of trying to break it out.
Okay. I thought that was a separate position. but-
Well, we have two equity liaisons, one focusing on public safety and one for the rest of the departments. The one for public safety is within this local option. The other one is being funded out of the general fund.
Okay.
So some of the concerns and challenges, outside factors, obviously the property tax growth limitations that we've seen, the things that we talked about at the last workshop of February 5th. We kind of talked about that. What we're seeing is, rising costs of services with inflation, personnel, construction costs, as well as obviously the potential state legislation action, on MFPRSI changes as well as possible ATEs. So there's a lot of moving factors that we have to kind of work towards and look at as we try to finish our 2025 budget as well as looking at our 2026 and ongoing. So as Scott and I have alluded to, we need to be looking at our 2026 budget assumptions and approaches here in about 6 months is when we want to come back and kind of talk about the best way to approach that going forward.
So I assume you're going to look through all departments and all staffing as you go through this?
Yes.
And see what we need to do, correct?
Yeah, and at first I need to develop with finance a target. So
A dollar amount target?
either dollar or percentage, yeah, it'll depend, but yes,
And we have to see what happens
with the
the
legislation,
rest of the,
especially ATE.
Set.
Do we have a dollar amount of what that possible legislation could be, cost to us?
The ATEs we do.
Yeah, ATEs is about net 3.5.
Okay.
Right, which goes to
Into the
a lot of
public safety.
equipment.
So some of that goes into debt service to pay for issuance that, the investment that we did back in starting in 2019 for the radio system.
news system.
As well as we've contributed some to our increment weather siren update as well. So we've put that towards some capital, but some of it is on operational side as well.
when's the radio, that upgrade? When will that debt service?
When will that debt service? It was
Yeah.
a 10-year useful life on that, so it's 10-year payments. So we would have issued it in 2000, on part of the 2019
It was 10 years.
issuance, so it'll be another
I didn't know we did it
handful of
for
years.
10 years. I
Yes.
thought it was for 5 years.
That one was based off of the useful life that we were issuing it for, and that useful life was determined to be 10 years.
Okay.
Are those,
The-
you said they're the revenue is earmarked for it, but were they revenue bonds or just
General obligation bonds.
Okay.
And so they were being abated by the ATE funding coming out of the general fund into the debt service to cover those related costs. It's about 1.5 million is the debt service for what we did for the radios.
annually?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we're at a decision point.
Yeah,
Unless there's additional questions, this has gone much quicker
much quicker.
than I had anticipated.
Decision point of what?
So we have CIP left,
Yes.
but we have several, our engineers are at a conference.
Yep.
Until 1?
12:30.
12:30-ish.
Almost 1
So we
o'clock.
could start the conversation maybe at 12:30. Well, it's up for,
engineers here, do we?
well, that's what I'm saying. We can
Talk
sure
about a
get
long meeting.
get it started. And then if there are questions when they show up, we can get answers. But we're at the purview of the council. Food is supposed to be here in about 10 minutes or less for those that ordered lunches. We have really just the CIP left.
Scott, I can get Ben here if you want to start with parks before the engineers get here. So 12:30, start parks and then.
Yeah, we can,
That would, yeah, just reverse it around. Okay, so we have, 10 minutes before food is here? So or we can just get started and then have food? It's up to you guys. What do you want to do?
Do we want to make Ben come all the way over here and then have to stop in 10 minutes?
No, I would just say that we have.
There's
For
no-
12:30. We can probably start about 12:30,
12:30, so we
12:45.
can stop at 12:30, but what do you want to get started with now? More, take a longer break, whatever? Does some people need to do calls, whatever?
you're doing the presentation.
Yeah,
right? It's
I
just
think-
questions.
Yeah, if there's no questions on the stuff from earlier, I think it'd be good to start maybe at 12:45. And then that way we can kind of start. And then by that time, hopefully engineering's here and parks will be here.
Or, yeah, 12:30, and that way,
We can do 12:30.
Okay.
why don't we do
that's fine.
12:30? So if anybody needs breaks, calls, whatever you need to do, and then come back at 12:30, and I thank you for all of you.
Finish up early then.
Is there anybody from IT that I could talk to about my phone? I don't want to make them walk all the way over here, but just.
It's 0 right now,
right?
But we bought
That's the new land, right?
tried. Nick, you gotta appreciate that. All you have to do is ask.
Now that we're all back together, we're missing Joe. He will be here, so he can probably go ahead and get started.
It's all yours, Nick.
Okay.
Continuation.
All right, so we are now moving on to the capital improvement plan. Let me know if you have trouble hearing me with this microphone here, but I'll try to speak up. This is our last presentation for the day, and CIP, capital improvement plan, was distributed to council on February 9th. Those are posted online, and we do have paper copies available if you'd like one. We have 181 projects that are included in this year's plan. And again, we'll touch on the high notes today, but if you do want detailed information about the project, I'd encourage you to go to the book, and we can answer any questions that you may have. When we look at it from an overview perspective, our goal with the CIP from a finance point of view is we need to limit our general obligation debt issuances. We recognize that not all projects can fit within our capital plan. And understand that the ongoing projects, as opposed to new projects, make up the largest part of our CIP. So it's maintaining what we have and keeping our existing infrastructure up and running that makes up the majority of our CIP. We do need to be strategic about new projects to limit our bond issuance. Significantly higher rates we've seen in recent years, coupled with market uncertainty, have led to us being a little more cautious. The biggest thing is we want to maintain our AA+ bond rating. That allows us to get competitive rates when it comes to borrowing. Should that slip, that we would have to pay more to borrow. So that's very important to us, is to maintain that very good rating that we have. And the other thing we want to do is to show our creditors and people who are interested in the city, and from a long-term financial perspective, is decreasing issuances in our out years of our CIP. We've had a record amount of investment, probably the last six to 7 years in our capital improvement plan. So we're on the tail end of that. So this plan reflects us getting back to a more consistent, lower borrowing rate. As we talked about earlier, when we look at the 24 amended budget, that's going to include carryover authority for projects. We do have a lot of projects that cross fiscal years, specifically in streets. So by putting all the carryover in the amended budget, it gives them the authority to complete those projects. And you'll also see some ARPA and ARPA-related general fund within the CIP, and those dollars are all within the 2024 amended budget. As far as our long-term outlook goes, our debt modeling shows a stable rate of $2.86 per $1,000 assessed in the near future. In prior years, we've had to model a slight increase in those out years. We've been able to stabilize that due to a number of factors, one of which is including significant transfers from local option to debt service. That's allowed us to keep this stable rate. One thing to note is in prior years, we've been able to refund or refinance bonds to reduce our costs on some of those higher rate notes. With current market conditions being where they are, we really don't have that opportunity. It's something we work with PFM and John Burmeister on a regular basis to monitor those. So should those opportunities present themselves, that's something that we'll definitely bring to council for their consideration.
I just want to make sure I understand it. Shows a stable rate of $2.86 per thousand, and right now our tax levy is $16.61.
Correct.
And so you're saying $2.86 of that $16.61 goes for our CIP budget.
That's correct, yes. And it's been higher in past years, and we have a slide that shows the changes over the years, but we've been at the $2.86 per thousand assessed for a few years now. When we look at CIP expenditure by category, just a high-level note here. Again, fiscal year 24 is our amendment year, and fiscal year 25 is our budget year. Within our capital improvement plan, we have 3 plan years, 26, 27, and 28. The top 7 items there are tax-supported categories: bridge, fire, library, miscellaneous buildings, park and rec, and streets. And then we have our enterprise fund CIP plan, which we've touched on earlier in the presentation, our parking, our sanitary, and our storm. So we'll be focusing mainly on the tax-supported items today. And this is the expenditure authority by category across all fundings, all expenditure plans. So as you can see in 24, we have a significant dollar amount to account for that carryover. And then you can see our plan years in 26, 27, 28 decreasing to get that back to a more long-term approach on our CIP plan. This is the historical issuance here. Again, there's the spike in the amended 24. If we were to look at our 2024 adopted, it's about little less than $200 million. So the difference between 200 million and that 300,000 or 300 million, that's the carryover amount for projects.
And again, that's that's also based off timing because our fiscal year ends June 30th, so construction season, just the timing is always the case there.
Expenditures by category, this has been pretty consistent over the past several years within our capital improvement plan. The largest driver of our expenditures is streets. We do have the second highest category is municipal buildings, and we'll touch on those later. We do have, as everyone's aware, a significant investment in municipal buildings with the TM Franklin County Administrative Building and other administrative buildings such as animal control, and several fire stations as well. And then, of course, Parks and Rec is the next highest at 12%. Shifting to revenues, so how do we fund all these projects? We have quite a diverse array of revenue sources. The largest is the general obligation bonds, which when you look at 2024, we've already issued our bonds for 24 based on the budget that you approved last year. So those bonds have been issued and those projects are underway. So those bonding amounts can't be amended or changed. Same with the tax increment funding bonds. We do have federal funds. The biggest item of note there is the Southeast Connector in fiscal year 25. So those federal amounts will adjust based on projects and timing and whether we get grants or not. Other items of note is the other item, 33 million in 24 and 17 million in 25. That's related to the 1200 Locust acquisition, and we had to do our borrowing a little differently for that out of the general fund, but the transfer comes in to the CIP, so we listed that as other. Transfers in, that's just internal CIP transfers from one project to the next. We do budget about $4.75 billion in gaming money. That goes mostly towards bridges. GEMT, that is ground emergency medical transportation funding, which we use those dollars to fund fire apparatus and fire stations. We do have ARPA dollars listed there too for various CIP projects. Some of those actually touch our enterprise funds, but some of those do go to general fund projects such as sidewalks and parks and trails as well. So within ARPA in 24 and general fund in 24, there's a significant amount of ARPA and ARPA related dollars within there.
Before you move on.
Sure.
Going back to the gaming.
Yes.
So is that assuming that the current arrangement with Prairie Meadows is going to be extended?
This
Are you
would
making
have
some
1 year.
assumptions there?
This would have 1 additional year in the assumptions, because the current agreement that we have with them is through calendar year 2026, which is the fiscal year 2027. So not knowing where we, at this time, left it similar in that 2028 until we hear differently.
All right, so you're making an assumption that there'll be a new agreement and we'll have that amount of money available.
At
to us,
least,
but that's
yeah.
really not nailed down yet, correct?
Correct. The 1 year, the fiscal year 28.
Place, or we'll have revenue from a casino. You beat me too.
And then going back one slide
Sure.
where you had a pie chart, the 21% should really be municipal buildings, right? Because someone might assume that this is all for
One
the
building?
nationwide.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So-
a good clarification. That's the name of our category.
Well,
is
that,
municipal building.
yeah, same with street. That's a type of project. So street projects.
Oh, okay.
Municipal building
Got it,
projects.
okay, I just picked up, okay.
But no, I get your point.
I mean, the assumption in the community might be that that's for the nationwide building only, so.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, thank
There is a lot of different building projects within that going forward. One investment that we're able to focus on with GEMT was the fire stations, replacing those every 3 to 4 years.
Right, there's a number, station number 4.
Yeah, station number 4 is the next one. Yep.
Two, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So, what about, go back to that other slide. You kind of stopped to where it said private. What is private?
I believe those are grant contributions.
Or, yeah. So for different private donors.
Okay.
Like the Reich
As
Art
well
Center?
as, we have different street projects where we might have like a 3-party agreement for certain streets that would be coming in as private as well.
The biggest driver of that is for the Reichert Community Center in 25. There's
Okay.
$3.9 million of private
Yep.
funds and 1.5 million in 24. So it's a.
Just want to clarify in case
Yep.
people are watching, they can
Thank you.
know what that is.
So this is the general obligation bonds by category. And as you can see, we are showing our general obligation issuance ratcheting down towards that $40 million number in the out years. So we have already issued the 46.5 in 24. We're anticipating issuing just a little less than 42 million in 25. We do have a slight bump in 26, and then back down to 41 and that $40 million target number in 2028. And then within that CIP document on page 12 through 14, we list all the various projects being funded by GO bonds. TIF bonds is another component of our borrowing, and this is for projects within urban renewal areas, within a specific TIF district within that urban renewal area. So the largest number there is for street projects. Some of the big TIF drivers, TIF-backed bond drivers, are the market district infrastructure, which runs through 2027, and then the Southeast Connector project, which we are using some TIF-backed bonds for that, in addition to the federal funds from 25 to 28. Bridge, as you can hear the sounds of the Walnut Street Bridge right now, that's listed in the bridge category. And then we do have the Second Avenue Bridge repairs and Fleur Drive Bridge, which is in 2024 through 2026. Here's the history. This is a very interesting slide of our debt service rates. When we look at 2017, our debt service rate was $4.01. We did decrease it a little bit going down to 2019. When 2019 happened, that's when local option passed, and we immediately dropped our rate even further, down 60 cents to $2.97. And we've continued to decrease that a little bit and shift those dollars towards operations. But what's interesting to see on this chart is our stability at $2.86, but the gray chart shows what our tax rate would have to be if not but for local option. We would be, for all the projects that we've accomplished and we've done the past several years, our rate would be in 2024, $5.39 rather than that, or I'm sorry, $5.54 rather than that $2.86. So the next several slides, we're going to highlight new projects within the CIP, then we'll talk about some significant projects and then ongoing projects. So these are some of the new projects that are listed within this year's capital plan. Walnut Street Bridge is not listed because that was in prior plan, but we'll touch on that later. Southwest 9th Bridge over the Raccoon River, there's $1.5 million for a rehab on that bridge in 2026. Another significant, new project that we did is pool and aquatic infrastructure. We've increased those dollars significantly to, I think we're doing about a little over $2 million for maintenance catch-up in 2025. And then there's $5 million in 2028 for a rehab, I want to say, of the Northwest Pool. And then for the entire project and future CIPs, there'll be replacements of pools each year. So that 14.9 you see listed there, that is not in our current CIP, but the commitment to complete the project would require additional investment in future CIPs. It wouldn't necessarily be $14.9 million in year one, but we would have to space those dollars out in future CIPs to accomplish this project.
So is that a new pool and aquatic for the 14.9, or is that is just rehabbing what we've got?
That's based off of the most recent study of what we need to be doing with them.
Okay.
Another new project is Waveland Clubhouse renovations. We do have planning money in 2028 of $350,000. Working with buildings and engineering, we're estimating that it could be another $3.8 million in future CIPs to complete that project. Again, this plan reflects the $350,000. Brian Melton Field, that's another parks project that's next to the Reichart Community Center, and that's $2 million in 27 and 28 with an additional need of $1.8 million in future years. Street improvements, we've lumped East Army Post Road together. I know there are different projects, but we listed them together. We do have water main extensions starting in 2025, $3.7 million. The majority of that work is in 27 and 28. Southeast 14th to Southeast 36th, that corridor, we have $14 million programmed into this CIP. And then East Army Post Road and Southeast 36 improvements, we have $4.5 million in this CIP as well in 25 and 26. Other new projects include East Grand, from Pennsylvania Ave to East 14th up by the Capitol, $1.8 million for that. We do have a new annual allocation for lead water services of $300,000 to, Nick, is that to complete projects?
So as we do projects, it's an allocation for us to be able to, as we go into projects and seeing those lead service lines, it's not a proactive, it's as we are doing projects, being able to address those as we go.
Understanding that that's still within the public right-of-way to the stop box. So then there's a warm handoff that occurs to Waterworks, to the property owners to get it replaced on the private property at that point.
So that those dollars don't include getting to the
house.
house.
One time we had talked about that while we have the street torn up, we would, what Ted said was if the pipes get jiggled at all, that's what causes the leaching. And I thought we had some discussion about if the water lines are disturbed on a street, while we're doing a street improvement project, if those lines get jiggled, that we would work with the property owner and Waterworks, because that's the time to replace that. It's not right for us to not do anything and then have there be a problem.
Yeah, so
Does that make sense? Are you following me?
yes, and the answer is, I believe, that's exactly what we're doing here. When we are in a project working on the street and digging in the street, and we come across pipes,
Right.
If there's any lead pipes, we're replacing them.
From the street to the stop box.
Correct.
And I'm saying, if we disrupt that homeowners' lead pipes in any way, like we're moving them, that would be the time that we somehow work to replace from the stop box into the house.
Correct, and that is-
Because we've caused that.
Well, so we're making sure that as we're replacing water lines to the stop box, that Waterworks is aware of that so that they can engage with the property owner to figure out how to get through their programming from the stop box into the house. And then possibly even taken care of within their own home, right? Because that could be an issue as well.
Well, inside, those are all galvanized, so that wouldn't be, just the lead is from the stop box to the house.
Yeah, again, it depends, but yes, most likely. So we are making sure that it's being addressed if we are in construction in front of the house.
Because I asked about that. We have a project right now where that's happening, and the homeowners have not been contacted by anybody. And I've talked to city staff, so I think they're working on it. Maybe. I haven't heard back from anybody.
Good timing, Steve. Just confirming on the lead pipe that when we're in construction and you come across the lead pipes, they're being replaced in the public right-of-way.
Yes, we know that.
Yep. Mayor, members of City Council, Steve Neighbor, City Engineer. Correct. So when we've been doing reconstruction projects, we've been working with Des Moines Waterworks, and they have a mapping they have a general idea of where they are, and so we have been replacing them. So like examples would be Ingersoll Avenue, or 16th Street up in Highland Park. We're reconstructing the roads. We're replacing them from the main to the water stop box, which is where the lead service is, and then, yeah.
But the lead service also continues from the stop box into the house.
Possibly.
Not all.
That's part of that 20,000.
Are we paying for that?
Houses.
They go to the house?
No, we don't pay for that, but when we had this discussion, because it happened over in Union Park, and now it's happening on 16th Street, where those water lines are being, I think they're actually being moved, and nobody is talking to the property owners about finding out if that is lead pipe from the stop box to their house and working to replace them. And I think I brought this up at my city manager meeting the other day. Somebody's working on it. But I've never heard back. And I would just hate to see us, I mean, while we're there, that's the time to work with that property owner to replace their lines.
And that's the role for Waterworks to play. So
Yes.
our responsibility is to contact Waterworks and say, so we'll make sure that happens.
And in 16th Street, the reason the water main is being replaced is Des Moines Waterworks wants to replace it. I mean, they're involved in that project. That's their plan in
Because the
there.
street's already going to,
Yeah.
they're actually moving them.
Yep, yeah. So, but yeah, so again, we work with Des Moines Waterworks on those, and then how they communicate, if with the property owner, I don't think they have a program
I
for,
don't think there's anything happening.
yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not aware that they have a program of helping residents fund or deal, but maybe they can help with finding a plumber or,
They were talking about putting something together.
yeah,
But that's on them at this point.
right, yeah. Yep, okay.
And then the last street project we have listed here is 4 Mile to East 56, where we have $1 million in 26 through 28, and then a need for an additional $6.5 million in a future CIP plan.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sure, everybody's eating partaking something.
That was the water.
Yeah. That takes care of it.
Moving on to building projects, these are not new projects, these are just significant projects of note in the capital improvement plan to call your attention to, is we have the county administration building at $71.5 million. Fire Station 3 and Fire Station 4, we have replacement dollars in there. Of note, we do have a significant, these are projects from 25 through 28. We do have a significant amount of carryover for those buildings in 24. And then there is a commitment, that there would need to be a commitment in future years of $2.9 million. So it does not actually cost us $12.3 million to replace 2 fire stations, but it's in the plan to replace those 2 fire stations. Reichart Community Center, $12.1 million. Birdland Marina, we do have a federal grant pending that Parks is working on for $5.3 million. And the receipt of that grant, the city contribution is dependent on us actually receiving that grant to move that project forward.
Did we commit to $2 million every year?
We've committed $2 million of local option in the past. We do not have it in our local option budget this year. And
Whoa, wait a minute.
We pushed it to 27 for the new application.
Okay.
Yeah. it was-
Okay.
So we have 6 million still
Okay.
for
It's
the
still
grant
coming.
application.
Yes.
It's just the 1 year was not.
I remember looking at that.
Okay. Icon Water Trails, we were making annual contributions to that. Those are the final 2 years of $1.75 million in 25 and 26 to end or I think it was $6 million total contribution for that project. And we do have parks money for Glendale Abbey improvements and Beaverdale Park too as well within our capital improvement plan.
So what does a fire station replacement, now that we've built one, we probably have a pretty good idea what we're gonna build the same model everywhere, right? No. We're not? Oh, okay.
There's different aspects that they've asked for.
So we're not gonna build it like Station 11, but
Mayor Council, Jim Hoff, Assistant City Manager. So we've already changed what we're doing from Station 11 to Station 4. So the things that have changed in this one, we have from 3 bay to 4 bay. This one has a training tower. So there's always going to be something specific. Then we also have to try to blend into the area where it's going to be located. So this one is got a little bit more residential.
what about like the report rooms? I wouldn't imagine those are gonna be as big as they were in Station 11, are they?
One more time?
The rooms that are like their reporting rooms?
Yeah,
or-
so there are lessons learned that we got from those. So yeah, the reporting room is going to be much smaller.
Is there going to be a neighborhood room in all of them like there is at 11?
There is a neighborhood at 11, there is at 4. I don't know going forward if they all would need to have one. I mean, it also doubles as a training room for them as
Okay.
well, so.
Okay. Do we have a cost of what that's gonna, I mean, do you have he says 12.3, is that too much? Is that not enough for 2 stations?
12.3, I believe, is where we are trending right now on this
For
one.
one station or 2 stations?
No, for one station.
So
Granted, that's for,
Yeah, I was going to say, Fire Station 4, part of the allocation was from prior year's carryover to do that. So
It's a coincidence.
it's just a coincidence that it's about the same.
But one station's about 12 million.
well, Station 4 is going to be, it should be more than 11 by a long shot because it has a training tower attached to it, and it also has 4 bays rather than 3. So
How big is the Station 4 property compared to 11's? Do you know that off?
I don't know that
Okay.
off the top of my head.
Because I would say it's smaller than 11. I'm just wondering about parking for a community room or a neighborhood room.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I'm going to take a swag at it since you asked, because 11 has the large field in front of it.
Right.
So that's all excess, but the footprint is going to be about the same, and the parking for each of it. And we are almost building the largest extent that we can on 4. So we're filling out that site.
I would think we are, yeah.
Good? Thanks.
Some other projects of some significance, Walnut Street Bridge at $20 million, Fleur Drive Bridge over the Raccoon River, $9 million, Guthrie Avenue Bridge at $6 million, and University Avenue Bridge rehabilitation over the Des Moines River at $1.5 million. Significant street projects, the Southeast Connector, $60.3 million. Douglas Avenue from MLK to Merle Hay at $13 million, or $12.9 million. Market District Infrastructure, 12.5, we touched on that earlier. Ingersoll Streetscape, remaining $11.3 million for that project. Downtown two-way conversion, we have $7.5 million for that. And Second Avenue reconstruction at $6 million, and Southeast 14th Corridor improvements at $5.1.
Which downtown's money for conversion? Like
The two-way conversion?
Yeah, which streets are those, I guess?
Yeah, it'd be Grand and Locust.
Grand and Locust.
Grand and Locust.
And that's just limited to those? What is the expense? Traffic signals?
I think
Yeah, there'd be
like-
curb line changes too with bump outs.
What's that?
The curb line changes with bump outs in places as well.
And all the businesses?
Like to take them away? To take?
No, to shorten the pedestrian crossings, corner to corner. So the curbs would bump out, and then the parking would be easier to delineate.
Is this the dollar plan based on making them two-way, because there's been meetings about not extending them all the way, making a complete conversion?
So
So
this
what
is
is this dollar
this is a placeholder, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, this is not based off of any of
Costing.
the cost estimates and the alternatives that are out there. We've only, had just check-in meetings, so,
Okay.
since we've come up with the different alternatives, so.
I mean, what I've heard is not all the businesses want this. Some of the main employers down there, I guess, maybe I don't know that, but that's what I've heard, but, so we're going to go ahead and do it without
No,
approval, or?
there's conversations that are still ongoing, but we want to leave this in as a placeholder for right now.
And the restaurateurs do like it, so.
But I scheduled a meeting that traffic is going to have with all the people up and down Locust, the small business owners, because I don't think they've been
Yes.
to find out. So they see the same
And neighborhood association.
information, neighborhood, they see the same presentation we saw
Yeah,
on the cost differences and what the impact for safety and everything are.
right.
And we have the letter from Performing Arts, because they do not want, the Civic Center doesn't want to change.
Yeah, we did
They
receive
used
that
to.
letter, yep.
And so just understand that 7.5 is just a placeholder.
Correct.
There are options far less than that in cost that do not include the two-way conversion, but it does include other aspects. And then I think the full-blown project would be considerably more
Yes.
than 7.5. So there's a lot of conversation
I think
yet.
it would be if we did
Yes.
all of it.
It's 10 blocks, 5th to 15.
I thought it was like $50 million is when we.
No, this is just Grand and,
Connect downtown, that plan, it was.
So that included more streets.
right.
Okay.
This is, again, it's just Grand and Locust, and I'll throw out there that I would anticipate it could be twice that amount if it were fully developed two-way with a
Well,
full set of them.
just like many topics in the community, there are a lot of different opinions, so.
Yes, and we still have to talk through it.
And I don't think
Yeah.
this is listed, but Euclid Avenue, whatever we decide to do there, is that somewhere else in the budget? I don't see it.
I think that was already an existing
Okay,
budget.
it's public.
Are you just talking new?
Okay.
Yeah, these are just significant
I
projects.
didn't know, I looked briefly, I didn't see any other slides that had it,
Yeah.
but it's online.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can, two things before you flip the page. Can I get a copy of the report? I don't think I was on the council yet for the two-way conversion, the latest report on that.
The Connect Downtown report, or?
Well,
But the
somebody-
one that the presentation we had one, so maybe share that with, or have a meeting where everybody hears the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
We
be
just had a
interested in it.
preliminary meeting. I think it wouldn't hurt if you want to call in, if the other business owners, if the other council members want to see it or hear it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've just not now just had check-in meetings with the ward council member and at-large and mayor, so.
Okay.
Yep, so there actually isn't a finalized, we have a presentation, we don't have a final report, we're kind of in the middle of, we've just developed alternatives,
All right.
For the two-way.
For the two-way.
Yeah, because I hear, yeah,
So it's available, so I think all we have to do is set up another meeting.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll do that.
The second question I had on this page is the Fleur Bridge.
Yeah.
Is that the new bridge or the old bridge?
Nope. This is an old bridge it's the one over the Raccoon River.
By Central Campus.
Yeah, right by Central Campus. And so it's currently,
They both are, but
Well, I mean, this is right by.
This is the one that goes
the
on.
old one, the old one.
This is the closest one,
It's the curve around that goes over that
Right.
bridge, right?
Yeah.
where you curve around Central Academy.
we had a discussion about like the Walnut Street Bridge, like, what do we do with it? And I voted for it. I'm late to this game, so you guys have obviously talked about it, but
We never talked about that bridge. We haven't talked about anything over the Fluke Drive, the
I mean-
route. We haven't discussed any of that.
I was on that bridge a couple weeks ago, and I was thinking to myself, I think I'm the first one on this bridge in a couple weeks. Like, people don't use it.
Yeah, so it's a rehabilitation which funded for it, but it's part of the rehabilitation, to your point, it's like 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction. So we would actually, as part of the rehabilitation, move the barriers in and widen the sidewalks on each side of it as part of the rehabilitation. So, and that would coordinate with kind of the reconfiguration that's going on down in that area, Locust 18th, all with the WRA sewer project. So,
Right, but there's a utility need, right? Because we
Well,
thought,
there's-
we
Yeah.
considered not having to replace
Yeah,
it.
that's
and-
$9 million. I mean, we talked about not replacing the Walnut Bridge. Well, we wanted to talk about not replacing a bridge. Is there a significant reason why we need to replace this one?
So some of it's the utilities that are on the bridge, and I have to look up the size of the water main and that's on there.
Oh.
And it would be much more costly to.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty substantial size. Do you remember? Yeah, it's not a small water main,
Never mind.
and
Maybe we
then
call it the water main
Yeah.
project instead.
We
Water
rename
main
it?
bridge.
I like the concept. I just
Well,
want
yeah,
it
it
to be
should,
worth
yeah.
9 million to.
right. I think the issue to bury that water main, we would eat up any
Could've been your
savings.
pedestrian bridge.
So to bury that water main under the river. So
That's funny.
And then it does allow to keep, an overpass over the railroad tracks, as well as the trail connection as well. So, so it does provide the benefits while the traffic has plummeted. It's only, I think it's like a couple thousand vehicles a day or 3,000, so,
Is that all it is now? It'll be less than that one.
Okay, so, yeah, 2 30-inch water mains on the bridge, which would be some of the bigger water mains we have in the whole metro. Yeah, the largest in Iowa is 48-inch, I think, so, yeah. So we're,
Probably underneath.
Wow, okay. Never heard of it. Is that
They-
normal
they-
to have water mains on bridges?
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, we have, a lot of these bridges have utilities that, instead of burying them underneath, we design them to accommodate the utilities within the beams and, yeah.
So it's inside the beam? Is that where?
It'd be right underneath, like attached underneath, yeah, along the beam there, yeah. Mhm. There's gas mains that we have too that are along them as well, and conduits. And
Learn something every day here.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what's next?
So, again, a very significant portion of our CIP is our ongoing CIP expenses. So within the document, you'll see a whole bunch of different categories of just cost of doing business, capital-related expenses. So the prior slides talked about the years 25 through 28. This is just a snapshot of the current year, or the upcoming year of fiscal year 25, of what we're spending a lot of our CIP dollars on. We spent $3.9 million. That's an allocation to fire for apparatuses, for ambulance, for pump trucks. So that's a big number in our CIP, is that a portion of that is funded through the GMT, but these are just the total expenditure amounts across all funding sources. We do have contributions to private art and to Neighborhood Development Corporation, Neighborhood Finance Corporation within our capital improvement plan. We do spend about $1 million annually in IT network and security improvements. And then about $900,000 for library collections, additions and replacements within the CIP. And then we actually increased this budget this cycle by about $400,000 for library building improvements. That includes security, just regular wear and tear and maintenance on our library facilities. As far as building projects go, $835,000 on building improvements, re-roofing, energy conservation. We do have $100,000 of security improvements listed. Police facilities is $75,000. Since that's an ongoing cost, what's not listed here is the $1.5 million in fiscal year 25 for improvements to police locker rooms at the current facility. And then in future years, we do have additional dollars for academy improvements as well, too. So while $75,000 has been identified as the ongoing cost, that number fluctuates year to year based on police needs for this, in this example.
And that's the current academy, or is that?
That's in 2027, we have money, again, it's a CIP, so it's in the plan for $1.5 million of renovations to the existing academy. What that looks like a year, 2 years from now, I'm not sure, but it's just one of those things of we want to plan for it in our capital improvement plan.
I know it's been asked, and I don't think that that's possible, but the Y will be empty on Army Post. And I know folks have asked if the police academy is interested in that facility. I didn't think we had any, because we have.
Because I think with the academy, yeah.
Yeah, right, for housing of some sort, or no?
Broadlands.
Yeah. Okay.
The south side Y is what you're talking about.
Okay.
And we do have dollars for fire facilities and Principal Park as well for just basic routine maintenance.
That's not any other upgrades that we're going to need to do to Principal Park?
No, that's just routine maintenance.
Is there any other upgrades that we have to do within the next 5 years for the park? To
Jim, I
meet
don't think that we
MLB
have to.
requirements?
No, did that entail the field work? With the pitching?
Oh, so there might be one more phase.
Yeah.
Let's get that.
Move the bullpens off the field?
That's one we've been talking about.
I would think so.
Yeah, there was that one. Okay.
They don't even let little kids do that no more, do they, Steve?
These are the list of ongoing park projects. So just, again, regular maintenance and repair. When you do look at the capital improvement plan, a lot of park projects, like if you look at park improvements, expenses related to Stone Park, for example, are listed in park improvements. This is not capturing those expenses. These are, again, we're trying to identify ongoing routine costs with all these items. So I'm not necessarily going to go through every one of these. I will say pools and aquatics, that's in addition to what we're already planning on doing for the improvements there. And $100,000 for urban conservation. I think we might have bumped up some cemetery improvements a little bit based on some of the recent acquisitions that we've had with the new Masonic Cemetery next to Greenwood.
I just didn't get it pulled up here from our email, but there's a couple of things that I would like to ask for in the parks that are not in the budget. Is this a time, I would just like us to consider adding another basketball court at the Martin Luther King Jr. neighborhood. I don't think that's a huge expense, but there's one there now, it's heavily used, and I just think it would be a good thing to do in our neighborhood to add another basketball court there. And I know that they've advocated for years for lighting, but I wonder if we don't typically light our parks, and I think that's, some of the neighbors who back up to it might not be happy with that, but I had talked to the Parks Director and maybe talking to East High School and seeing if we could help pay for some lights at their basketball courts. Because there's nothing around there, but just kind of work together
be
with the
on
school district.
Boys and Girls Club, I think, has basketball, maybe outside.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Speaking of parks, conversation came up at a meeting yesterday was about McCombs, when we were at one of their community schools meetings last year, because they have a lot of land, but it's an area that really doesn't have a park, I believe, close by, but maybe teaming with the school district to build the basketball courts, maybe a track, different things that the school could use, and create a park in that neighborhood, which really doesn't have one. They have a lot of land.
Maybe
Future.
we can do a three-way partnership.
Yeah,
Maybe
we can
have the
talk.
county
Yeah.
help us too.
Yeah, because the kids actually asked for the facility, which was unique. So if we could look into that and see if we can put something together for them, because they do have the land and the space, they just need the amenities.
And that's not any, like if there was ever any zoo expansion, the golf course would have to move. That's not part of that
Yeah, it would be
movement.
further over.
Yeah, that's not. The school has its own segment. It has the air, where they can work on airplanes
Yeah,
too.
yeah, they have their aviation programs
Yeah.
out there, their greenhouses out there.
So then, the one thing that I didn't see that I wanted to talk about earlier was Allen Park, where we purchased the land 2 years ago. It's on the corner of Southeast Fifth and McKinley. There's no dollars. And so we need to activate the park. I mean, it's been in a park desert forever, and, that's why we bought it. So I'm hoping to just at least, I'll fundraise for an open air shelter if you can help with the playground. That would be good. And I'll figure out, we talked about we'll get someone to help us put it together. We'll do one of the jobs or volunteer, you won't have to. Connie and I can do a really good job with the rest of the folks here.
As long as we bring somebody that knows how to do the instructions.
We'll put it together. Just as long as I don't have to read the directions.
Yeah, somebody else has to. Wow. They must make those purposely.
Moved at one time,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Because of ML King and the projects there.
And so we moved.
That's kind of been a
the community
failed promise
Yeah,
to those neighbors.
We did move the community garden to Stone Park, and then, so we don't have anything in this area. And so we were able to negotiate to buy the land 2 years ago. And so there wasn't anything in the budget last year, but I'm coming back to ask for it this year. Minimal. It's very minimal.
Well,
Very
wait a
minimal.
minute. Hold on here just a moment. So,
At-large guy.
so there's been a discussion of access from the north, roughly in the area of the police department and their workout building, to the new Mid-American Park. Two Rivers Park, excuse me. So is that in the plan to have that? I don't know if,
No.
Steve?
No, I think we're sitting down next week to talk through what it could be, how you would do it.
Okay, it's not very long of a connection.
No, but there's a lot that we're trying to accomplish in that same area, so it needs to be well planned and thought through.
Oh, okay, and is there a timetable that might happen?
Who are you meeting with?
It's a concept right now.
Oh, okay.
We've got to nail down an awful lot of details still.
Who are you meeting with?
No, it's just internal.
Yeah, I've come up with some sketches, and we're working on developing cost estimates for all different alternatives. Obviously, the challenge is the railroad tracks and the railroad crossing there.
Railroad tracks. Jeez.
But, the width of the panels already are, do they need to be extended or not? And so we've come up with different alternatives, and, one is kind of the full build, and the others, can we minimize asking the railroad for, depending on how we treat the crossing, so.
I would minimize asking the railroad for anything.
But, yeah, either way, it's.
Well, yeah, they're really responsive, so,
Well, yeah, either way, there is some, reconfiguration, because right now the trail just kind of ends at the Rhett Bridge and doesn't even go. I mean, you can jump back on south of that police workout facility, but there's not really a
Okay.
defined trail there, so there would be some rebuild and everything that goes in there, so.
Well, we probably shouldn't just have a trail just in, right at the end of a bridge. We probably need to make that somewhat of a priority to have some connection, especially when they're spending millions of dollars at the Two Rivers Park.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
We gotta do something there.
Yeah, and that's, we just, I mean, we've just, in the past few months, seen their plans, and so to try and coordinate with their,
But we'd be doing it before 2028, right?
yeah, I don't,
That's a good answer.
I could answer for the,
We never get that.
That was a really good answer.
Late 27.
That probably won't fly well, so.
No.
Then our next slide about ongoing projects are street and bridge. As we talked about earlier, this is the largest component of our CIP at over 50%. So correspondingly, the upkeep and maintenance of all these projects are listed here as well. We do have significant dollars for roadway rehab. We have $2.7 million for sidewalks, traffic signals and street lighting at 2.5. We do have $500,000 in the budget for traffic calming and traffic studies every single.
Is that enough? Because it seems like every day I open up my email and I get a request for.
We have increased it.
Once we put speed bumps in somewhere, now everybody wants it in their neighborhood.
I've heard the same thing.
The demand far outpaces that number.
Right.
But
So-
between the studies and calming, I think we've doubled it in.
Correct.
Between the last.
Like I said, is that enough?
Well, it's not
With the
enough
amount,
when.
with the amount of requests that we're getting?
Yeah, well, that's because everybody's speeding at speeds that are just ridiculous in neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Everyone wants people to go slow through their neighborhood.
And they want to go fast everywhere else.
Right.
Yeah. Like a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly supportive of more traffic calming and active transportation. I had a question on the sidewalk. That's the priority one sidewalk? Is that the 2.7 or is that other sidewalk?
It was all the sidewalk projects that we have, not just the priority. And that's just 1 year. That's the fiscal year 2025 number.
Right. And I thought we were supposed to be hitting 3 million a year for the priority one sidewalks, which I thought was probably too low. Like even at 3 million, it was going to take us 20 to 30 years to get through the priority one sidewalks. So how much of this, and I know some of that was lost dollars, was going to the priority one sidewalks. I just wanted to check in, where are we at on the priority one? Because I feel like every year we make the 3 million commitment, but then when we come to this meeting, it's back down to 2 million or something.
There is also a lot of carryover in the school and priorities. That's kind of another reason why we left it at 2 in this one. It's the amended 24 has about 7 million in there. So there is some carryover as well within that project.
Are we just not spending it? I mean, we know, we have it identified, right? I mean, we've got an abundance of priority one sidewalks identified. I know some of the areas, the engineering's a little trickier. Like you get to places that maybe have, if you
Retaining
have.
walls.
Right, you have to add retaining walls, and not every area you can just acquire right away and put a sidewalk.
That could be the holdup, it's getting another item.
But what's going on with that? Because I thought this council was pretty unified. That's one of the areas we have pretty good agreement on, is those priority one sidewalks.
I agree.
Because all the 2.7 here is for priority one, right?
2 million is priority, 700,000 is
2 million.
just sidewalk.
City-owned
City-owned
sidewalk
sidewalk
that has to be
replacement.
which there's quite a bit of.
So if you guys want to get back to us, instead of just trying, if you want to get back to us on what was the carryover, what sidewalks, how
That's-
much?
We got to take care of our own sidewalks because
Yeah, I agree,
it's
but
hard to enforce anything when they can point 1,000 places where we aren't doing our own.
Would it be helpful for council if we brought back two topics, the calming, traffic calming, and the sidewalks? To maybe just.
yeah,
Yeah, kind of review where we're at.
Also, I think Steve, hasn't there been some discussion about streamlining the traffic calming process? Just to simplify it and sort of move to speed humps?
Yeah, so I mean, a couple things. Yeah, so to Councilmember Voss's point, yeah, we've been talking about, I know it's been mentioned before about, speed bumps are much cheaper traffic calming measures than some of the curb extension speed humps. Are much calmer, are much less costly measures than raised crosswalks, curb extensions, chicanes, and all, And so if we do just more speed bumps, simplify it, that one that could take out, maybe extra meetings, we don't need to go back and develop a plan if we know that there's going to be speed bumps, and so maybe it might just be one meeting with the neighborhood rather than having to do two to try and streamline the process. But number one, just get more bang for the buck. So.
Well, and also some communities have dedicated so much to speed humps that they're actually doing it internally because rather than hiring a contractor to do it within Public Works.
We're not doing it within Public Works?
No.
We're not putting that blacktop down like they do it? I mean, it's just it's a hump on the road.
Give a template that
Well, it
looks
might
like
not be
this.
quite just the,
Oh, no, it's a hump on the road with
well, I realize that, but you gotta.
Yeah, some of them are concrete, but some of them are asphalt, and it's they go out with a contractor for like a traffic calming project.
So they have concrete ones? Because I haven't seen any concrete ones.
23rd Southwest 23rd Street.
That's 23rd Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the only one? The rest of them are mostly blacktop though, right?
Yeah, East Douglas is blacktop. I don't think of any other concrete ones. No. That's it,
Stanton
no.
Avenue's blacktop.
Yeah, those are asphalt. Yeah.
Well, anyway,
And then
so it'd be great to discuss if that's something you could do.
yeah, but we do have a queue of projects that are of requests that are in the queue. So that have already been developed and that we need to work through.
Can I just ask
And
a
then
question about that? Can we do residential streets with speed limit of 25 miles an hour? Is that?
Yeah, if there's a
We can do that?
if there's a documented speeding issue, I guess, if the certain percentage of vehicles are going over the 85th percentile, then yes. Yeah.
What's it? So the speed limit's 25 if you get.
If you have everyone going, if you have a certain percentage going 31 or more, then that's what the policy is. So.
And it has to have a certain amount of traffic on it.
Yeah, so there's I think it's 400. So like, for example, like if you're on a dead end street, that only has 250 vehicles a day, then you wouldn't do them,
But like a residential street, if I said, if someone sent me a request and I sent it to you just recently, so like Southeast 19th, so what's our next step? We go out and we do a study again on that street and count cars and see how fast.
Correct. We count vehicles and we collect speeds. Yeah.
So if there's not enough cars that use that street, which is how many?
I think is it 400 to 2,000? I could pull up the policy real quick.
400 to 2,000 a day?
Or 400 to 3,000 a day, yeah. Okay. So, and then again, the percentage of those cars need to be over a certain threshold.
Okay.
And I get, now that's not saying that there's not a car that flies down at
I get
50 miles an hour, but there has to be some threshold to say, well, there is an actual habitual speeding problem here.
So if someone sends a request and I email you back and said, I initiate, I want you to do this traffic study, then you guys will go out and see how many cars and
Yep.
the speed.
And then report back, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, so they can be initiated, that's a good point. They can be initiated three different ways.
Yep.
Council member request, neighborhood request, or petition.
Okay.
So the resident can go out and get a petition of of their fellow neighbors. And
I've had one victory on 48th Place where they changed the speed, so they did. So I hope you get it done. Your question, should we bring it back? I think we should, and I would love to have I would rather do way more of the speed humps. I don't get the difference.
Yeah, speed hump, blacktop,
They're-
blacktop
they're-
speed humps.
They're only 4 inches.
Then spend money on designing and a long process for the more intricate ones. Let's slow things down. And I appreciate the counts, but I'd love to see the policy too. Like, I don't know why we do a count if it's by a park or a school or things like that. We should keep those calm.
It's solely like, if you, for example, a dead-end street, right?
Right, I get that.
I mean, if you get 100 vehicles a day on a street, should we really be, like, for instance, I live on a dead-end street. If there's a speeding issue on my street,
You know
it's
who's
the 20 people that live there.
Right.
Yeah, like, it's not cut-through traffic. And then so that's the reason for the volumes. And then why there's an upper limit is we don't generally put those type of measures on, like we wouldn't put them on Hubble Avenue, because then and to be honest, this has happened in previous communities where I've worked. We put them on a street, say like Hubble Avenue, and then the vehicles go and cut through the neighborhoods because they don't want to go over the speed bumps,
Yeah.
So that's why there's the top limit of the threshold.
I was just trying to throw out suggestions for streamlining it, that we can save sending staff out and doing a collection at some places if there's warranted. I don't think we have any schools on dead ends or,
Right, yeah.
so.
I think we should only be,
So-
and if you bring it back, I think you should only be doing the blacktop, and you should be talking to Public Works of how we train their.
What would
folks
be the
into
cost
doing it.
saving?
Yeah. And what's the cost saving of having them come out and, I mean, they have the blacktop. They know how to, I don't know.
Well, I think
Yeah,
let's
it's
just have
time.
this come back
It's
as a
time.
conversation.
Sure.
So,
Seems
go on
pretty
for the
simple.
budget.
We also need to be careful with resources, right? I mean, we'd be pulling their crews off of patching streets as well, patching and repairing streets to do that work,
That would also have to be taken into account.
But, and then there was one other question, I think earlier about the sidewalks, when we say city sidewalks, it's city sidewalks along city-owned property, or sidewalks that have deteriorated due to a city parkway trees, or we also have a subsidy program that we use to help our residents do replacement. So that's where the 700,000 comes into play, is it's not just the sidewalks out along City Hall. It's sidewalks caused by city parkway trees and the subsidy program as well. So.
Okay, thanks.
So, just before you go, one more topic on speed humps. So Detroit, it's about 3 times the population of Des Moines. Since 2018, they put in 10,000 speed humps. And Des Moines has put in 52 speed humps. So it gives you an idea.
And are they subcontracting it out, or are they doing it?
They're doing it themselves. So anyway, so there's opportunity for improvement in Des Moines. Now, it would be important to many of the neighborhood associations, so, okay.
I have one more question, too. When you go back to the slide where you talk about traffic signals and street lighting, for traffic signals, are we going to make sure that all future traffic signals have audible sounds for people that don't have sight?
It depends on where they are, and it depends on where they are, but, so they are designed to meet accessibility requirements.
Okay.
But we have met with the Iowa Department of Blind, and they have very clearly said in downtown, they do not want those. So that is, we met with them following that meeting. Yes.
They train people, so they want to be able to train people to navigate right.
Yes.
That's the issue. They
Yep.
want to be able to train people who are not going to have the benefit of having audio enabled. So they're training people from all over the state.
Right.
As they come.
So if they go to their county seat town and they don't have.
Interesting.
Right, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, yep, thank you.
I have, on this, can you go back one slide? I'm sorry. I don't know. Who has Laura has
Staying here.
Are we here?
Joe, we're leaving it.
On the streets, I know, I'm not like suggesting there's money in the budget or anything, but there's a lot of people out by me that are worried about Meredith Avenue from Beaver to Merle Hay. If you can picture that road, most of it doesn't have curbs or gutters. And, last summer, the council approved a residential facility along there, no sidewalks. We need to do some improvements there, and I would love to see that long-term, in the budget as funds become available in the out years. It's half Polk County.
Right.
And
It's a difficult road because it's, yeah.
It's a timely question too, so let's bring to you what was looked at about a year ago. A
The
little more.
Schneider study and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Millions of dollars, unfortunately. So we'll sit down and talk with you about what those options are.
I've looked at the study, and I met with Polk County, and I'm sure there's not money available, but long-term, I think
Just
we have
keep
to
it
do
in the plan.
something.
Yeah, we can sit down with you and show you what we have.
There's probably some additional options for voluntary. We've had 3 parcels that have voluntarily annexed into Des Moines too, which there could be more there.
Understood.
And what's the skywalk system improvements?
So the bridges, skywalk bridges.
Or the streets.
Carpeting
know
within the
details?
skywalks, just regular maintenance.
So even though we can't regulate them, we have to maintain
Just over the street.
So,
The bridges.
so, yeah, this would be,
just the ones over the street, but not the ones.
but we have most of these have like separate HVAC systems, and so it's anywhere from HVAC to structural work to carpeting, but I would say the structural and the HVAC is the bigger of the costs.
Okay.
So for these, but yeah, and I can't remember off the top of my head how many bridges we have, but it's a good sized number. It also would include, pardon?
I was going to say, and the funding is TIF back bonds.
Yeah.
From Metro Center.
And would also include any of our corridors, so we do have some corridors that we're responsible for along the parking garages as well. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Are we good to go to the next slide?
I think you're all right to go to the next.
Okay.
You might come back, but let's go
Okay.
forward.
All right, well, here we go.
This is our last slide.
So in conclusion, we do want to keep our debt service tax levy at that 2.86. That requires limited borrowing in the future. Understand that the ongoing CIP projects that we just talked about make up the majority, and they're continuing to increase as those costs of the assets get older and the infrastructure gets older as well. And also recognize that large unfunded projects would need to come from non-debt service sources or by delaying or removing other projects within the CIP. So we can always move things out. That's sort of the intent of the CIP plan, is those plan years where we can move money around, the projects around to accomplish what council wants to do. But we're targeting that $40 million of general obligation debt annually. And we would have to look at increasing the levy rate should there be a desire to do more projects significantly above that $40 million amount. So that concludes our CIP presentation and all our presentations for today. So if turn it over to Nick for any closing comments, or Scott, if you guys have anything else to say.
If put you on the spot, reminder of the schedule.
Yeah, so the schedule that we have currently is we'll have a approval of notice at the March 4th meeting. It's going to be the new requirement within 718. It has to be, that notice has to be to the county before the 15th, but they've asked for it by the 5th, just so that they can get all the taxing entities together, because they are required to mail that out by the 20th. So the sooner we can get that to them, the better. So we're going to go with the 4th for that approval. And we have to have that meeting after March 25th. So we're planning on doing that April 1st, but it has to be its own special meeting. And there's no action that has to happen at that meeting, so no resolution has to be passed, but we have to have its own individual special meeting. No other business can actually be done. And so what we're planning on doing with that is having that special meeting on the 1st at 7:30 in the morning prior to any workshop that we might have that morning. And then that allows us to then set the hearing for the normal budget at the normal council meeting at April 1st for the hearing on April 15th. And so that would allow us to get that approved at the April 15th timeframe and then submitted to the county and state before the end of the month of April.
With that, if anybody has input, make sure to get it into our manager.
Yeah, and I'd really appreciate, if at all possible, by, the next week or two, because we'll have conversations of the notes we took from today and try and work towards some solutions and set up a date for the conversation on the calming and the sidewalks.
So just to kind of elaborate a little bit, the set hearing that we'll have on the March 4th deals with our property tax rate and levies and different things like that. So that's what that piece of it is. And the set hearing to approve the budget for the 15th, that's where we will have within the blue letter what alterations we have from the preliminary budget that was released on the website and emailed to you. We'll have what changes happened from then to what you would be approving. So then there's kind of a crosswalk that'll allow you to know what had changed from when we generated that preliminary book.
Okay. Any other discussion from the council?
Can I say just one thing for 10 seconds?
Maybe.
I feel really good about the investment the city makes in Ward 1, but I wanted, and I'll try and remember this at our public session, big thanks to Mayor, County, then Councilwoman Bozen and Councilman Voss for doing a lot of work in the last 2 years since Ward 1 was last at a budget meeting, so appreciate it.
And thank you. Again, it takes everybody input, so again, if you have any questions, suggestions, want to talk more, let's get it done in the next 2 weeks. And if not, I would say I want to thank you guys for being up here and everybody who sat through the presentation. So again, thank you, and we will adjourn, I guess. So thank you for record time and a lot of information.